Okie doke.
Wow, welcome to the big show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is go time, showtime at the Apollo, all those things you love to hear. I am very, very excited about our guest tonight. And we're going to really kind of get into all kinds of interesting things. If you didn't have a chance to watch the invite video, I always make like an invitation video that gives a little plug of who's coming on and tells you a little about them if you want to catch the show or not. And this is one of the plugs that got a lot of people very excited. I guess you have quite a fan base, Brian, that I didn't know about, but they're alive and well. They love you over there, which is good.
I love them too.
They're very nice people. So we're going to really dive into this in a little bit, but just a little housekeeping first. Please remember that if this stream goes down, I will just restart it in a few minutes. I accidentally shut one down the other day. That was really bad. But it happens. It's live YouTube, you know. Hey, the cat could walk across and shut the whole thing down. And there you go. So if that happens, I'll come right back on. The breakdown of the show is me and Brian are going to talk for the first hour. After that, I'll be joined by some of your favorites, and we're going to get into some more stuff. I'm going to keep a smaller panel than last week. It got a little out of hand last week early. And then at the end, I'll go ahead and let it get out of hand at the end and let anybody who wants to jump on talk. But for the first 2 hours, I'd really like to focus on my guest more. So I am learning. This is a process, and I'm trying to get better at these live shows. It is like herding cats. So I'm tempted to rename the show Herding Cats. Join us for Herding Cats. I'm thinking about it. All right. So let me introduce and give a little background about Brian Haggerty. Brian is a motivational speaker, but beyond that, he also spends a lot of time working with youth. He has a program called Please, which he's going to explain it a lot deeper. But being from Savannah, Georgia, I'm pretty big on Southern manners. If you notice, I try to treat everybody on this channel very nice. Even people that are beating me up in the chat or whatever, I'll still try to be polite and nice to you. And that's just the way we are. Southerners are polite to your face, and then they'll talk about you later. Where, you know, like Northerners tell you it like it is right to your face. So that's it. I think this program is very important because it brings back in how to communicate, how to have good manners. And we're really going to dive into that because I feel like we need a nice dose of positivity, and we are going to bring the vibe way up tonight with that. So without any more teasing, Brian, why don't you go ahead and tell them about yourself? Also, check out their channel. Before we get going, though, thank you, DW Washburn. I really appreciate someone just donated $10 because they like us. Thank you.
Very good.
I try to say hi, thanks, and you know, before I start going any further, I do really appreciate the live donations, but I usually wait to the breaks to say thanks for everybody. So that's it. Thanks, guys. I love you guys, and here we go. Brian, go ahead and tell them about yourself.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Lupo, for your invitation to come on here tonight. I was very excited to come on here and discuss the Mandela Effect. And I love your channel. I subscribed several weeks ago, and I've watched every live broadcast you have had and have enjoyed it immensely. And like you say, we've met throughout this whole experience, mine, of course, being rather recent than most, but I met a tremendous amount of wonderful, wonderful human beings. And to me, that's what's made this experience so positive and so marvelous. So again, thank you so very much. So now just a little background on who I am. I'm from the state of New Jersey here in the United States of America. And contrary to what people may think, no one in New Jersey says New Jersey. It doesn't happen. And also, we're not like the Jersey Shore. We're not like the Sopranos. We're actually the Garden State. And I think we get a bad rap. So I've been up here my whole life. As a matter of fact, I live in the township of Lyndhurst, and I don't mind giving out personal information because I'm a public figure and I've held public office. So, I mean, I'm all over the place anyway. I'm used to that. And lived here my whole life. My family's lived in this town since 1885, as a matter of fact. And I grew up here. My mother taught school. My father was in the Marine Corps for 10 years, but that was before I was born. I have one brother, one sister, two nephews, and a niece, and a wonderful, loving family. So I'm a motivational speaker. I didn't start out as that. My background was originally in insurance, and I'd been involved politically my entire life. I held public office, was involved very deeply at some point in politics. But after I served 2 terms, I decided that it was time to retire from politics. I loved serving the public. The public are marvelous people. They are not at all bad at all. I mean, every now and then you may encounter some negative people, but I found my experience was that the majority of the people I felt were nice people. And I think if you deal with people honestly, that's all they ask out of a public official. And most politicians, elected officials, they come and go. But to me, the stuff that people don't see is the movers and the shakers behind the scenes. These are the people who their living or their company or their earnings are completely involved or immersed in who holds what office. And as a result of that, that's really what goes on behind the scenes, whether it's local, county, or state. And look, it's the system. I'm not going to judge it. It is what it is. It's always been that way. But the bottom line is that to go farther in politics, you really have to be one who, to do so, you need to raise money. And to raise money, you need to be able to take meetings with and represent special interests or lobbying firms or organizations, attorneys, and all sorts of things. And I just wasn't willing to do that. And I felt that there's so much negativity in politics, I'd rather do something positive. So in the midst of all of this, my mother, who taught school, she recommended to me that I create a program that teaches manners. And I thought, well, that's interesting, because she knew I loved to speak. I've always been a public speaker on one thing or another. And as a politician, you're always giving speeches. So I put together a program that I offered to the public called Mannerly Speaking. And it was very well received by the public. But then a couple of weeks later, I'd gotten a phone call from the accounting teacher at Lyndhurst High School. And she says to me, I hear about this program. I'd like to bring my accounting students to the program. And I was doing it in those days in the evenings. So I said, oh, of course, definitely. I said, I'd love to have young people come in here. It'll change the whole vibe. So they came. They loved it. They went back to the high school, told all their friends about it. The teachers heard about it. And they asked if I'd come to the high school and do more. So I gladly did. They were, again, very well received, very exciting. And I was, at that point, really building it out and coming up with more topics. So it was not just manners, because manners, it sounds like Emily Post. And as a matter of fact, it's not classic old-fashioned type of etiquette. I don't talk about how to have a tea. We don't talk about, certain things like, the old-fashioned ways of leaving calling cards. Those days are over with. It's basically about, number one, and here's my philosophy, is that each and every one of us, we all, I believe, share the same things in common. Everybody wants to be happy. Everybody wants to be respected. We all hope to be treated kindly. We all like people we could trust who make us laugh. We love when people compliment us. We don't like when people criticize us. So the thing is, though, we have to develop the self-awareness about ourselves, because we have to ask ourselves first this question. If I'm expecting all of those things to be demonstrated to me, am I being all of those things to everyone else? Am I being kind? Am I being respectful? Am I being helpful and complimentary? Am I not repeating gossip, not even listening to it? Am I paying the compliments and being the kind of person I would hope others would be toward me? Because if I'm not, then I have no right to expect that from others. And what I found is that when we develop the sense of self-awareness and begin to really become aware of our words, our deeds, and our actions, and how they impact others, how do other people feel when they're around us? Because we all know those people that, now that we have our telephones today and everybody's programmed in, I mean, how many times does someone call you and you'll be like, oh, no, not this person now. Oh, no, I can't deal with it now. We all know that person. And that it doesn't make that person a bad person, but that person is having that kind of impact on us. And we don't want to be that person. Yet then the phone could also ring and it'll be like, oh, look who it is. And you can't wait to answer that phone, because that's someone who brings energy and positivity into your life. So I began to build the whole program based upon that, starting with self-awareness. That's the first thing I would teach students. Now, the program grew. It went to other schools and then down into Florida, where I'm now on. The kids watch videos of me. I do make personal appearances throughout the year, but it's taught in the classroom with me on the video screen, and it's a big hit. Kids love it. And let me tell you something. Everyone who wants to say that, these kids today, this generation, it's going down the tubes. No, it's not. First of all, where are the kids learning how to behave, how to carry themselves, how to act. Where are they learning this from? They're learning it from us. And frankly, we haven't done that good of a job. So we need to be the model for the next generation, because kids can sniff out when you're being a phony. Kids will call you out on it immediately. But when I made sure, when I was in these schools, I said, I'm going to be all these things. These kids, number one, would never see me unless I were in a suit and tie, French cuffs, everything, the whole image, the whole package. My job is to model for these kids the behaviors, the deeds, the traits of character, all of the things that everyone should embody. I have to make sure I hold myself to as high a standard as possible. And the loving kindness, the thank you notes. That was another thing. I'll teach them how to write thank you notes. Nobody writes thank you notes anymore. And so now when you get a thank you note, it's a shock, and you keep it, because today to actually sit down and take the time and the energy to write a thank you note. So as a matter of fact, I wound up writing a couple of books. I have books I use with my school program, but this is the book I had written, and it's called Put That Cell Phone Down and Look Me in the Eye. I think is it reversed there?
Yeah. No, it's going through. Let me show.
Oh, okay, it's because I have a separate camera that I use.
No, that's a great title. I didn't even know you had that.
Notice I made the cover look like a cell phone. and the reason being is it's an exercise in self-awareness. For instance, how many times have you been speaking with someone? Where is my phone, by the way? So in other words, and I'll ask the kids this, I'll say, how many times have you been speaking with someone, and while you're speaking to them, you're looking at them in the eye, and they, rather than looking back at you, they're doing this. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Right? How does that make you feel? And the kids will raise their hand. Makes you feel angry, disrespected. And some kid will always say, yeah, I want to smack the phone out of their hand. I'll say, all right, well, we don't want to get that crazy. But by this point, I've walked them through a good sense of self-awareness. The importance of humility. That's the first thing we need to do, is be humble. Always admit our mistakes. Never be afraid, because one thing we all share in common as humans, we all make mistakes. Not a single person is good at everything. As a matter of fact, we each have far more weaknesses than we do strengths. I probably have 2-3 strengths that I have to work at and get good at it, and I focused on that. Like, one of my strengths was always the ability to speak. It's a God-given gift.
I think you're making some good points about that. I never thought about that. The kids really don't have models of people around so much that show that good of manners anymore. Our society has devolved a lot as far as good manners and listening to each other, that I just didn't even think about that. We're not, it's kind of our fault that we're not showing them how to do this stuff, that they're looking at us and, they're arguing on Facebook and arguing on YouTube and saying some pretty horrible things. And that's what they're learning. I get it. I do want to interject this, because I know this is going to come up in the comment room. I'm going to kind of let Brian talk about this stuff, and we're going to get into it, but I know this show is about the Mandela Effect, and he does have a very interesting Mandela Effect story. So we are going to get to that. Just hang on. I want to talk about communication first, because one thing you have to understand about communication is it raises the vibration everywhere. Yes. And as myself, I'm always trying to work on being a better person and raising my vibration and just kind of, walking closer to God, sort of thing. And that, it starts with communication. And so I'm not, I didn't want to cut you off, but before you got too far in, I have to remember that there's an audience that's here for Mandela stuff. So I need to tie that together for you. Brian, go ahead and pick back up where you were at about the kids and the cell phones and all that.
Well, no, the only other point I was making, and believe me, I will tie most of this in with the Mandela Effect, is that I would then ask the kids the second question and say, well, let me ask you that. How many of you, when someone has been speaking to you, rather than looking at the person, you're going on your cell phone too? And they all look around, they admit it. So they have that instance of self-awareness. So the reason why I say this ties in is because self-awareness is really the key. Self-awareness is what allows us to improve ourselves. It's the foundation of self-improvement. So and this is why I start to talk about the kind of mindset that I have, which brought me around to the Mandela Effect, because I was always been a very self-aware person. I'm always making sure, I hope I was as respectful as I could be. I was as kind as I could be. I was can I be helpful to this person? What can I do to do these things? Did I say the right thing? Did I say the wrong thing? So I was always aware of that. And as a result of that, my mind is such that I'm very introspective, very, very observant of the world around me. but also very analytical and very logical. For instance, in Star Trek, my favorite character always has been and still is Spock. So I always had the very rational, logical mindset. In fact, I teach critical thinking, which I think is important no matter what, because whether we're dealing with a Mandela effect or we're dealing with somebody trying to lie to us and take advantage of us, we need to apply critical thinking skills. So I wound up having, and I'm not going to get into the stories because there are some stories on my YouTube page. People can go and look for them. There's a playlist of them. I've had many unexplained experiences in my life, starting when I was 18. It was the Ouija board experience. You can watch it there. I'm not going to retell the story. It's there. I was not the one using the Ouija board, which is why it was so unexplainable for me, because had I been touching it, I would have dismissed it with my mind, saying it was my subconscious mind controlling it. So I wound up having many, many unexplained experiences that I could not scientifically and rationally explain. Some of these experiences were with other people, so that was good, so I didn't think I was losing my mind. Over the years, they began to increase in frequency. In the last year, they began to really increase in frequency, and in the past 6 months, they got to the point where it was almost absurd. I started seeing 1111 all over the place several times a day. Another number was 614. These were happening so often that I was starting to laugh, saying, what is going on here? And I was feeling that the only explanation, the only logical explanation I can come up with, I absolutely always believed in a greater reality. I studied metaphysics. I absolutely believe in a creator. I absolutely believe that there's a spirit world, there's an unseen world, and I've also studied, in one of my other hobbies is quantum mechanics, particle physics, cosmology, and all those other fun things. So by studying all of those things, I was trying to put together my own framework of reality that was rational, that was scientific, and that was something that I could explain, at least in terms of my own mind. So about 2 months ago, the two young guys, Adam and Nick, Triplex Media is the name of their company. They're big YouTubers and great young guys. They handle all my social media, and they helped me put my YouTube channel, which had been around for a few years, but I did nothing with it except for a couple of clips, and that was it. And they said to me, you know, these unexplained videos are great. People enjoy that content. Let's do those. And then they said to me, why don't you do something on the Mandela Effect? Now, I had, at that point, viewed videos on the Mandela Effect, but the problem was, number one, that every single thing that I saw at that time that was being held up as a Mandela Effect, to me, was how I always remembered it. So that was the first issue.
Got it.
The second, yeah. So, I didn't come across this, I didn't realize there was this unbelievable group of people around the world. So I, with my scientific mind, I studied criminal justice in college, I figured, well, I know memory is fallible, memory reconstruction. So, of course, it makes perfect sense that people are remembering something differently. We've all been there. That's something, that can be explained. So I saw that as this very limited thing. I remember the Berenstain Bears as the Berenstain Bears, various different things, and anything else that I didn't know, I didn't have enough of a close attachment to it, and I had never become aware of it enough or put enough focus on it, like whether or not the Ford logo had changed. I didn't know. I never owned a Ford. I never really paid attention to the Ford logo. So I had to dismiss the things that I didn't know or couldn't confirm and only look at those which I said, well, I know that, and it's always been that way. So we did this video, and I'm not the one who edits my videos. I wish I knew how to do that. I don't. So they edited the video together.
Yeah, it's not that fun. That's good that you have a team. Believe me, it's a lot of work. So let me back this up for a second. Yeah. You're a science guy.
Yes.
And we have this in common because, I have, nobody really ever talks to me about it, but I have degrees in biology and chemistry. And, I went on to study a lot about the human body and a doctoral degree. And then I started getting a lot more into this. I always want to use my left logical brain first to try to solve things out. And I think most people that are internet people kind of do that. They're heavy logic, looking for research answers. And I don't think we're an uncommon story. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're the common type that I honestly wanted to disprove it. I didn't want to believe this. I don't want to be like a crazy conspiracy guy. I don't. And, if you look at my channel, it's about farming. I didn't want to go this route. So I get where you're at. So you're making like normal motivational talks, and then all of a sudden this lands in your lap. You're like, okay, this is trending. My social media guys are telling me to do a story on it. I'll do a story on it. And at first glance, because it doesn't mesh with the logical mind. And if you're a heavy logical brain person, those don't work. They collide, and you get this message of, well, it must be fake memories. It's got to be confabulation.
Yeah, exactly. And as I say, everything I had seen up until that point, which was limited. I mean, I probably had heard about it about 6 months ago, watched a few videos, but I didn't, don't forget the videos that then would come up into my recommended videos were only a certain number of videos, and none of which seemed to really show some of the things that I wound up seeing later. A lot of them were kids, and to me, kids were trying to get clicks. Others were, I just couldn't make sense out of them, and thought, well, this is somebody who might be unhinged based upon the way they look or the way they sound. So I was making judgments, which I shouldn't do, because judge not lest ye be judged. But we're all human; we make mistakes. So when I did that video, and then they edited it and put it up, and they had put it up, and then they said, "Hey, your video's up." Well, by the time I got to look at it, I was receiving unbelievable number of hate comments, and I got hysterical laughing. I said, "What is this?" I said, "Oh my God, I had no idea that there were so many people who either A, were Mandela affected." I had no idea the size of the community, but I wound up reading through the comments, and one of the things I did, admittedly, is I made a huge mistake. I made an assumption that I shouldn't have made. I threw something in there about Dolly and the braces. Now, I was about 10 when Moonraker had come out, I think. 9 or 10, something like that. And I remember the movie, but I don't remember it. I remember Jaws, of course. And when I saw the one video, and somebody had made this video about the Dolly's braces, and I guess it wasn't a well-made video. And I just assumed, oh, come on, they've been digitally removed. And then I found another video where a guy saying he found evidence that they were digitally removed, and that made logical sense to me. So I put that in there without really giving it the type of research I should have. And I realized that. So I called up Nick, who's edited the videos. I said, "Nick," I said, "Look," I said, "I got to tell you something." I said, "The hate comments don't really bother me because I don't know these people." I said, "But, I really should not be saying something if I didn't do my homework on it." He said, "I'll take that part out." So he took that part out. We put it back. Then people said, "Oh, you took it down." Well, and of course, then it went nuts. It went crazy. But out of all of that, I did receive comments from what I consider to be good people. And they wrote to me, they disagreed. They said, "Listen, I disagree. I just think you haven't had the experience yet. You really need to look farther into this." And Moneybags being one, he had done that video. He was very respectful and very professional, and I appreciated that. So because of that, and Earth Daughter was another one. She wrote me a couple of things. We corresponded back and forth. And then there was another guy, Ad Absurdum, another YouTube channel, Adams, the guy. He did a video about me too. Couldn't have been kinder, Didn't call me an idiot, a shill. Didn't accuse me of being a member of the Illuminati. Didn't paint the picture of me of being a most horrible human being to walk the face of the earth. People forget we're a human being on the other side here. So I appreciated how they addressed me. And I said, something, let me look at this further. So I did. I watched more videos. I watched a lot of Moneybags videos. I watched other videos. I mean, I don't recall them all at this point in time. And then all of a sudden, I come across this one video about Sally Field and her infamous speech at when she accepted the Oscar for Best Actress in 1984. Well, first of all, I always loved Sally Field growing up. I always thought she was cute when I was a kid. I loved her in The Flying Nun. All right, that was before I was born. I was born in 1971. But I loved her in Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit, yeah.
I loved her in Smokey and the Bandit. And
Forrest Gump's mom, I guess, for another generation. There you go.
Yeah, she wasn't as cute in that movie, but but anyway, I loved Sally Field. I knew who she was. Gidget was another show. Growing up, those were all in syndication, so I watched them all. But I just liked Sally Field. So I knew full well, I remember that speech, because first of all, it had been iconic and parodied all over the place. When she receives that at the end, which is the only part I remember, was the one we all remember. "You like me. You really like me." So then I'm like watching this video, yet to have seen the video as it is today. And when I saw it, it stunned me. It absolutely, I'm like, no, oh no, you got to be kidding me. What is this? You like me right now? You like me? Even the way she said, I'm like, no, 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 no. I said, what? And some people have done such phenomenal videos on that where they've actually captured and shown, like 40, 50 clips of all the people from President Clinton to everybody just parodying her saying that. Now, I know some people have tried to say, including Sally Field, and by the way, to me, she was always Sally Field, not Sally Fields, which is so funny because people remember her as Sally Fields, and even though I was Mandela affected by that, I always remember Sally Field. So she herself is trying to claim that she later on did a parody where she says, you like me, you really like me. But I watched that parody. I'm like, no, that's not what I remember her holding it. I remember it.
It was on everywhere. Everybody made fun of that. We used to say it to each other in school.
Yeah, it was so cute.
It came up. That's a big one. It's hard to argue with that many people remembering it wrong. I mean, come on,
Yeah. And so number two, as if that didn't shock me. Now, by the way, I started like messaging people I know who are my age or older, and say, what did Sally Field say in her 1984 Oscar acceptance speech? What did she say? What'd she say? And they're like, you like me? You really? I said, they all remembered it. I said, no, not anymore. And they're like, what do you mean? So I mean, I'm saying to myself, I don't want to come across as I'm nuts. So I started explaining it to people, and they were all like, what? What are you talking about? So that was the first thing that really affected me. So, all right, I'm hooked. Now, number two, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. When I grew up, I watched Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood every single solitary day, probably from the age of 4 till I'm embarrassed to admit the age of 10. And the reason, a little old for Mr. Rogers, but I actually I was into puppetry as a kid, so I loved the neighborhood of make-believe.
Hey, don't be embarrassed. I watched it on Netflix last year. Me and Kate found it. And I was like, I wonder what this is going to be like to go back. And you can watch when it started, like in the 70s, early 70s. It's a trip. It's like a time capsule to see what was going on and what, it's still a great show.
Oh, yeah, it's a great show. I mean, remember originally he had the shutters on the window, then he went to the curtains, and then he went from green and then gray and then blue walls. I remember it all. I mean, that's how much I watched the show. So all of a sudden, when I see it, It's a Beautiful Day in this neighborhood, I got that stunned sensation because I always would sing that song. I like to sing, by the way. I'm a big ham. I won't do it now, but it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's iconic. In fact, I even remembered that in the second verse, he says, it's a neighborly day in this beauty wood. That he said, I remember that because I knew all the words to the song. So that stunned me. So I started again asking my friends, my contemporaries. I say, Mr. Rogers' song that he would sing when he walked in every day? Yeah. I said, sing the first line. They're like, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I said, not anymore. They're like, what are you talking? So the whole thing went on again. But then, number three, the big whammo. I mean, I got the trifecta because this all happened within probably 24 hours. Was Forrest Gump. Life was like a box of chocolates. Where the hell did that come from? So
yeah, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. It's like criminal to mess that line up down there. That's where everything was filmed in Forrest Gump, and
yeah.
They're crazy about it over there. And I know that was never like that.
But it doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't. But it's so many parodies of it too, everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's a hard one. So that one was a big clincher. And then after you did this research, for you guys that are just joining us, Brian is a motivational speaker. So he made a video at one time saying that Mandela Effect was probably just shared memories and confabulation. He got a bunch of heat for it. But fortunately, there were some polite people, which we're going to talk about tonight, some people that actually didn't just troll his page, were nice and polite. And guess what? He changed his mind. Oh, my gosh, manners work. And so he changed his mind. And then once he he started doing research, and he came across a big, trifecta as he's explaining it, which, we've all that have been in the community have heard these ones. But I remember there's ones that I'm like 50% on, ones that are 75%, and then there's a few that I'm 100% sure is different. Yeah. And those are the ones that are the big moments that really make you go, no. I watched Mr. Rogers every other day. Yeah, and so I'm with you. So what made you decide to then go and do another video saying, because honestly, it takes a lot of character I feel that I've matured enough now, but if you'd met me, years ago, I would have never probably made a video going, I might have shot to the gun on that one a little too fast, and I'd like to retract what I say. And let me put this out after I've done some research. I mean, it takes a lot of character to step up and say that, which made a lot of people respect you, to say, all right, that's because we've all gone through this. If you have a logical brain, it's going to argue with you that this can't be happening. And that's self-talk.
Absolutely. No, you're right. But first of all, I teach the kids, never be afraid to admit your mistakes, because we're all human and we all make mistakes. So obviously, when I make a mistake, I have no problem admitting it, because number one, I'm demonstrating the fact that I'm a mere mortal human being. And also, we need to be able to be humble enough to show people that, listen, we make mistakes, we screw up. And I was actually, because of those people who, as you said, were polite and wrote nice comments, that they may have disagreed with me, but they were polite enough to say, I think you need to look into this a little farther. And because of that, I did. Now, had it been all the other people who left the most hateful things you could ever even imagine, no, I probably wouldn't have. I would have walked away saying these people are crazy, because first of all, why anybody would get angry at someone purely because they haven't been Mandela affected yet goes contrary to what I believe the Mandela effect is all about, which we'll get into that too. As I already explained, I was a spiritual person in the sense where I believed in all of those things, except that the Mandela effect just hadn't been plugged in yet, because it just, to me, my exposure to it was purely just a case of reconstructive memory. I had to then become affected. Once it affected me and I had the experience, then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I shouldn't have done that video. I was wrong. So let me now show my respect to those people whom, if I ever came across as being insulting toward what they experienced and what they believe, I wholeheartedly apologize, because that was never my anticipation, never my intention. That's not who I am. So I owe it to those people to come out now and say, hey, guess what? It happened to me, and here's why it happened. And now my next step in my mind is, where do I go from here? Do I keep looking for Mandela effects, or do I take this knowledge and say, well, what does it mean? How do I apply this? Because I didn't feel it was anything bad. I know a lot of people get scared. A lot of people believe that everything is satanic. There were a lot of people admonishing me, claiming that I'm believing in satanic things. This is of the devil, and they would quote scripture. And I love and appreciate those people, because I love all people. We have to love everybody because we're all one. See, and I knew that. I know that there's one spirit, and we're all just an individual expression of that spirit. And ultimately, we, the flowers, the trees, this computer, this water, all the molecules, all the atoms, when you reduce it down, we're all energy, and it's all from the same source. And that's something I knew. So it was very, very easy for me to make that very swift and certain transition into the Mandela community. So some people may have said, I know I got scolded by somebody in the UK, especially because I was holding up this book in my latest broadcast. It's called An Ascension Handbook. I found this book. I went to a bookstore knowing that I asked Spirit to lead me to a book that was something I needed to read at this point in time. And this practically jumped out at me. I don't mean it jumped out at me, but I was led to it. And it was exactly what I needed. And he scolded me for someone saying that, who do you think you are, that you were someone who didn't believe in it. Now all of a sudden you're coming on here and telling us all how to comport ourselves. He used the word comport. And first of all, I guess he missed my first video where I admitted everything. But secondly, I wasn't telling anybody what to do. I was talking about my experience, and I was sharing my experience. That's why I don't understand why people get so angry if someone has a different point of view. It reminds me of this last presidential election. It's like you have a point of view and somebody else wants to now throw things at you and kill you. Why? And that's, to me, that's the deeper issue.
It's tough because I've done a lot of growing, and I'm not the person I was even a few years ago. I thank God I'm not. I'm trying to get better, and everybody expects that in their own life. They do growing and they change, but it's really hard for them to accept that someone's changed that's in their personal life. You're watching someone you're close to be like, I'm not going to be this person anymore and change, and it's hard to believe them. So I think when people make this opinion about you and then you say, hey, I'm growing as a person, come back in a year from now and my YouTube channel will be probably very different than what it is now. Sure. And I think they give respect and time in their own life, but they don't do that for someone on YouTube. You know, they don't look past the screen, unfortunately.
Right.
And I'm hopefully they start realizing, you know, hey, we are real people with feelings, and it hurts when you say rude things and it's mean and troll us, and it's not, you know, it's tough. I think, Brian, some of this has to do with the community. A lot of people that are affected by the Mandela effect also believe some pretty far off stuff sometimes. And at this point in my life, I am open to anything. I'm open to listening to just about any idea at all, because the Mandela effect has shook my reality so much. It's like, what's real anymore? You know what? I am willing to listen to you guys. But the thing is, it's all how they present it.
Right.
If they're polite and they say, hey, I think you might find this interesting, I'll listen. But like I think, unfortunately, because if you do anything labeled conspiracy, and even saying conspiracy is kind of derogatory, I don't mean it to be, because on this show it's love when I'm saying it, but it's if you believe anything out of the ordinary, you get such backlash on social media that it has made them hyper reactive, hypersensitive, and triggered. So like somebody will leave a comment about, I don't know, flat earth on my page, and instead of saying, you know, here's some logical points, take a look at this, and all they do is release something really rude and belligerent about why I don't get it and I'm just a shill. And it's like, what's your goal? Is your goal to convince me, or is your goal to convince yourself? Like, why even bother leaving a message? I don't understand that train of thought. And to me, it's I think it's just hurt feelings that they're so hyper reactive. And I think the people that, when you came out saying it was confabulation, it's like a very insulting, derogatory thing to us, even though in your mind it probably wasn't. It's like, okay, it's, you know, why are you so sensitive about this? It's very and I'm going to take blame on my part in the community or something, because it's a knee-jerk reaction that you're so sick of people telling you you're making it up and it's all in your head, that you come out at them too hard. And I think we have to do much better as a community to take a breath, calm down, and then try to meet someone in common ground and middle ground. I would probably listen to all kinds of stuff if people just brought it up the right way, you know? So, Brian, what's your opinion on all that? You're the communication expert.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. Absolutely. And one of the biggest problems in my background in politics, I witnessed it all of the time. There's a Latin expression called ad hominem, and I'm sure you know what that means. The ad hominem argument. If someone is challenged and they don't have facts, what they'll do is they'll just attack you personally. So like when I came out and did the initial debunking video, as I called it, you had those people who basically felt that I was attacking their beliefs, so they attacked me personally. Now, I gave facts of why I believe what I was saying was accurate. And aside from the few, there were a decent number of very good people on there who were polite enough. They said, though I disagree with you, I respect your opinion. Though I disagree with you, I like your channel, you know, whatever the case may be. But we get into this habit of attacking people. People feel very threatened when their belief systems are attacked. And like you, I'm the kind of guy where I'm saying to myself, you know something? I'm ready at any point in time to have my current belief system completely shattered. I've always had that kind of mind. You know how I said I love Spock, and Spock would always say, fascinating. I've always found all of these things that happened to me in life fascinating. To me, they were fun. They never scared me. I never sensed there was anything to be afraid of. So when I was Mandela affected, to me, that was almost like that was the capstone. I used to say the universe is trying to show me that there's something more than there is. And now through the Mandela effect, I said, I think the universe is trying to get everybody's attention now. I definitely sense that we're moving into a different era. And the book I was holding up before about ascension, that's all about personal ascension. That's raising our point of vibration, our vibrational frequency. That is my intention every day, is to get higher in vibration today than I was yesterday, to be a better person, to improve, knowing full well that I'm just a lousy little speck of nothing in a sea of vast, infinite possibility. So what can I do to not only improve, but to contribute to the greater whole, to other people, and to life in general?
Yeah, you got to find a purpose. The
Right.
worst and darkest part of my whole life, I was purposeless. I just didn't get it, and now I have a purpose. It's, you know, let's spread some love around and be a community, and try to increase the vibration. Now, here's what I do want to say, and something I've really tried to be careful and create a balancing act is, I want a nice, peaceful environment where people can talk. That's pretty much all I do, is just bring people together and let them talk. And they come from very different sides. And some of the people, like the Christians that come in here, you know what? I am very respectful. I listen to what they say. I acknowledge, and they have some great points. They have some really cool stuff in Revelations about the Mandela Effect. And because I had Christians approach me the right way, I listen to the message, and I listen, and we all get along. They don't sit here and go, "You're from Satan," blah blah blah. Not very often. Every once in a while, I'll get a new listener that blasts me, but then after they listen a few minutes, they go, "Oh, okay, he'll at least let us have a voice on here." And of course I will. Of course. How can I say you're wrong? I don't know.
Right.
And it's one of these things that none of us really know everything, and you got to listen to each other. And even though I have a strong Christian community that listens to the show, I'm not Christian myself, but we can work together. And when people come up, I attract a lot of Christian people in. I send them over to their own chat room where they feel welcome, and they can talk about all the Christian stuff they want. And we can still be polite and focus on what we have in common instead of hammering the stuff that's different. And I really try to. I even have Christian panels on my show, like, you know, so I need, what I like to see though is that at least it's open-minded both ways, that I can come on here and talk about spirituality, my own spirituality, without someone, you know, yelling that I'm a Satanist. You have to meet me where I'm at, you know. That doesn't accomplish anything to say that stuff. You know what, the Christians I respect are the ones that try to walk and act like Jesus.
Right. Absolutely.
Not the ones that tell you, that scare the hell out of you and say you're going to go to hell. And all the negative stuff in the Bible they throw at you first. You know what? You want to get me to pay attention to you being a Christian? Live a Christian life and be a positive example, and say, here's all the good things and peace Jesus has brought into my life. And then I'm going to be a lot more open to listen. I'll be like, you know, that dude has a peace in his life. What is he doing? And maybe I want that. You know, I would be a lot more attentive and listening instead of you coming on. And if your goal is just to let me know you're a Christian, you don't have to call me a Satanist. And just because I'm not where you were, you know, or I don't understand, it doesn't mean that I'm out to get you or against you or trying to do anything. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I respect the Christians that walk and talk the life as an example instead of the Christians that lecture me.
Oh, absolutely. And there are so many wonderful Christians walking in the love of Christ, and you know it when you see them and when you speak with them. And as far as I'm concerned, wonderful, because that's what it's all about. It's about love. Christ was about love. He was love. And I believe in Jesus Christ. Whether or not I believe one thing or another about him, I frankly have absolutely no problem with anything he said. To me, everything he said was a blueprint for how we live our lives. And every miracle he ever performed, by the way, he said, we can do it too. And I haven't noticed of anybody walking on water. I haven't seen anybody multiply fishes and loaves. I haven't seen anybody turn water into wine, because, boy, that would be a gift that I would want to have. But, you know, I love red wine, got to admit it. So,
and that's it. And so it's just meet us where we're at, man. Right. If you're really trying to get a Christian message to me and you want to talk about it, meet me where I'm at, not where you're at. And don't lead with negative, lead with positive. What can I get out of this experience? And that's the same feeling that, again, it doesn't matter what it is. If you're spiritual, if you believe in nature spirits, if you just want to talk quantum physics and you're a science guy, meet me where I'm at. And you'll get a lot more headway. And I don't know how that's such a simple message. We just lose track of it in this society. People always talk about where, from their own viewpoint, instead of being empathetic and seeing where the other person is. I don't know. Brian, help me out with this. This is your land and where you
Well,
live.
I was just going to say to what you were saying is very funny, because traditionally scientists have been atheists, but I find that quantum physicists become believers in a creator, because quantum physics to them points to a creator. Now, some say, call it simulation theory. Nick Bostrom from Oxford had come up with that position paper. You have Professor S. James Gates, the foremost authority on supersymmetry, who found computer code deeply embedded within the equations that are used to describe string theory. And so we have all these marvelous discoveries. So science now, to me, has been merging. Now, I have a very good friend of mine. She works for NASA, and she's very, very close to Neil deGrasse Tyson. In fact, I'm going to be meeting him in a couple of weeks. And I said to her, I had this conversation after I was Mandela affected. And I said, Laura, I got to ask you a question. I said, because, I love science. The moon, the planets, and I have to ask you, I said, and I was trying to get the words out, and she says, you're trying to ask me whether or not someone who believes in science can also believe in metaphysics. And I said, yes. And she says, absolutely. In fact, they are coming together. It's like a philosophical side of things are merging, because remember, it was the philosophers who first posed the questions. Science could not answer, but the questions were posed. And it's almost as if we're coming to the point where science is providing the evidence and the answer for all of these mysteries. So I get excited about this, because to me, it's just things that haven't been scientifically codified or quantified yet.
That's it. I mean, I don't understand why some people have a beef that why couldn't God have used these scientific principles to make this existence? Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't they mesh?
He can do whatever he wants. He's God.
Right. I mean, this is the vehicle he chose to make this here. And so that kind of, I'm hoping that as love and tolerance gets out, that some of my Christian people listen and meet me where I'm at. Meet these people. Try to, and we have some really good ones. So I'm very lucky. We've got really nice ones. So the other thing I'd like to ask you, though, is what has happened to your channel since you made, okay, well, I might have been wrong about this. Here's, I've had a chance to look it over, and yeah, this is happening. So what happened after this?
Well, it's certainly grown, and I have one video on there. It's almost about to hit 10,000 views, and it was practically on life support before that. So and by the way, I do my very best to answer every person's comment. I mean, not the bad ones, obviously, but I try to. I did try to shoot a couple. One woman wrote something like, "Dear God in heaven, or the creator of earth, or whatever, do whatever you can to get this man's face off of my computer screen. Please help me." And I wrote her back, "Why do you hate me?" No, it was so funny. But then somebody came in and grabbed my back, and I thought it was great. And she's a fan. And so I appreciate the fact that these marvelously wonderful people, see, that's what I love. I feel the love coming together. It's like the vibration. I remember a few weeks ago, one of the first shows I watched, one of the first roundtables of yours, you were talking about, why don't we see if we can come up with an idea of what we could all manifest together? And I said, that's a fabulous idea. What can we manifest together? If we're bringing all these people together, now remember, Christ said, if two or more of you gather in my name, there I am in the midst of you. And anything you ask will be basically multiplied by my Father in heaven. So even though those things were written thousands of years ago to a people who were uneducated and who couldn't read and had to be told principles in a manner in which they could understand, well, why can't we apply those same exact principles in modern day using maybe a scientific mindset? We could use different words, but I think we're all talking about the same exact thing. See, if Christ was doing miracles and said we can do them too, well, if you really believe in him and in his word, well, why don't you believe you could do them? Because that's belief and belief systems. And we don't believe that. We've been taught to believe that we're separate from God when we're not.
Christians are the king of group prayer, man. They've been doing it forever, and they're great at it. And I'm not Christian, and I'm telling you, I've seen miracles from prayer. It works. It absolutely works. It does. But I've also seen miracles for manifestation. I've seen miracles by just people putting it out in the universe. I've seen miracles all the time, man. Right. And so I'm just saying you're right. There's so much common ground, and I want to have a group manifest. We're really close. Basically, we've got a person picked out. We're trying to contact the family. It's not really a child. It's kind of a grown woman at this point, but we've got someone we're going to try it with. We think we just want to be respectful and ask the family first, and that's where we're at on that. And when I know something, you'll know something. And if in the meantime, though, if you guys know a missing child, that would be a good case to do, something that we might actually have a chance to do, let's do it. Let me know, because I think it's our responsibility to do something good. Why use this, man? I mean, yeah, this is a feel-good show, and you come in and you hopefully feel better than when you leave. You feel energized, but man, we got this wonderful opportunity. Why are we not doing something awesome with it besides just this? I mean, this is awesome. Don't get me wrong, but if we can manifest and do something even better, let's do it.
Oh, I agree. If we can all come to some type of consensus on what that thing would be, and then believe with every fiber of our being, because it all operates on belief. That's the one thing that I find it has in common. We absolutely do get in our lives is reflected back to us what we believe, and faith is belief. It's the same thing. And I've witnessed this in my life. I've seen it at work in my life. But like you, I've seen the changes in my life. I was not, go back 15 years ago, I had a lot of anger about a lot of things, not because of any other reason, but because I was kind of directionless. I had different abilities and talents, but I didn't know what to do with them.
Right. I mean, me and you would have been sitting around laughing at this stuff a few years ago, and making fun of these people. And absolutely. Now I am one, and that's how God works. He makes a joke, right? You become this. So that's pretty funny to me that that we're both science guys. Like I have, this is what kind of turned me on a spiritual direction. Was I studied some pretty high level. I have degrees in biology and chemistry, and I did some high-level honors classes in genetics. And I sat there and we did a whole bunch of stuff just on DNA and cell biology. And just studying like how a cell works could take you an entire lifetime, and you wouldn't even know everything. Like if you really just keep breaking it down and going deeper into the levels and deeper into the levels. And to think that you have millions and billions of cells communicating at the same time and somehow bringing this spiritual being into this flesh, what would you call it? A meat outfit, right? We're here. And the more I studied science, the more I realized there's no way that this just happened randomly. And I think we're not uncommon. It's funny. I've heard so many scientists say the more I study this, just one little feature, you can spend your whole life talking about how a cell works, and to think that that's just one little piece of life,
Oh, and how the blueprint for each cell is encoded in our DNA. It's like, well, who created that? Who programmed it? I mean, it always points back to me, to a creator. It's absolutely astounding and so breathtaking. I mean, I'm just bowled over by it.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of people are going. It's funny, the more you study science, the more sometimes it brings you towards spirituality. Yeah. And I think we're coming to a time, Brian, where, like you said earlier, that everything's starting to merge together. You can be both. Most of the people in the chat rooms are like experts in quantum physics. They've studied it so much on their own and they love it. And they have some extremely deep conversations, and almost everybody follows each other, which is amazing.
Yeah.
That we've all spent different pathways of our life studying very deep science, and then all of a sudden, we'll come in and just sit there and talk about, hey, we live in a fake reality and we manifest anything we want. We can create our own reality. And then the quantum guys will say, well, yeah, if we do live in a simulation, we could. And then the God people will say, man, we've been saying that since day one. Pray to Jesus and he'll help you out, And so there is so much common ground. And I'd like your opinion on what are some skills we can use to communicate? I think one of the most frustrating things is being, labeled the crazy tinfoil hat guy in your family, or there's a lot of people on here that their spouses don't believe them, or they feel like they're talking to, the people around them aren't even real. They're like robots or from another place. It just blank stares. I hear this all the time, and I'm wondering if you could give us some basic techniques to help us reach across these barriers, or even if we should. I don't even know if we should try to wake people up that aren't woke up. What do you think about all that? Should we just leave it alone until they come to us, or what do we do?
Well, it depends. Every situation is going to be different, so it's hard to tell. I think, but to answer your first question, to try, like, in other words, if I start telling something to someone, I'm not going to be so definitive about it. In other words, like, this is what it was, this is what it is, and I don't want to hear anything else. I would rather just tell them, hey, listen, this is an experience I had, and then share and say, what do you think about that? And then they'll say, really? And then they'll ask questions, and I'll answer those questions. It's like it solves the problem of like the zealot who comes out and who has the definitive know-all, end-all, says-all, that's it, Tim Bended story ended. I think people who are like that turn everyone off. It's the open-mindedness, the willingness to say, hey, by the way, this is the experience I've had, and I've had several experiences, and what do you think? And then it's curious because that's how you engage people. You're asking them for their opinion. That alone is showing respect. But when you come out and say, I had this experience, and I don't care what anybody says, this is what happened. Well, how do I know what happened? I don't know what happened. I only know what I experienced. That's the only thing I know definitively. And so by asking other people for advice or, running it by them to get their input, maybe they'll tell me something that will help us come up with some type of absolute answer or definitive answer or solution. But I think that's the important thing.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of,
I just have to point out, I think that's an excellent point, because if you go to people, even though you believe it and you know it,
right.
If you go to people with the attitude that, hey, help me solve this, or help me be a detective, or, throw it in their lap like they're an expert on something, you get a lot more help and leeway. And it's a great point. I always forget to do that. I really need to do that more often.
Yeah, well, it's like I always think about the atheists. They're so sure that there's no God. How do you know there's no God? Well, because why? And to me, that's as wrong as everything else, because I have no idea what is out there or what created this. I just know that it came from something, and I'm not it. I don't have the answer. How could I possibly, in this little skull gray mush thing, with my limited knowledge, the very little bit of knowledge that I have, how could I possibly have an explanation for all of this? So that's why I think people who are so definitive in their beliefs and closed-minded and narrow-minded, and that's it, they're shut off, and they will not discuss anything. I think that's the turnoff, but I also think that's the danger, because then people who are so sure and so certain, if the day ever comes when their belief structures are shattered, that could cause some very serious mental issues for people, and that's not a good thing. I'd rather have my belief system shattered 20 times a day, maybe more. If I can handle it.
All right, so there's going to be some people listening to this, Brian, that are in the place where they want to evolve and become a better person. Talk to yourself like you're talking to yourself 10 years ago. What is a simple way for someone to start where they can say, okay, I haven't been the best person. I could have done things a lot better. I could have been a better father. I could have been a better husband. I could have been a better wife. Whatever your issue is, let's forgive yourself and start over.
There you go.
Where do we start, Brian, as far as people that are listening that are just on the beginning of this path, where they're still reacting out of anger when someone says something like, Earth's not flat, and they yell at you for flat Earth, whatever your issue is.
Right.
How do you get that reactive, that knee jerk, thing we need to settle down?
Well, you said it yourself right there. The number one thing people need to do is to forgive themselves for anything that happened in the past, because the past is the past. And while I hear in quantum physics or some of the stuff that we can technically change the past, I'm talking about what we're holding on to. People spend most of their time reliving in their mind everything that they did wrong or everything that was done wrong to them. And they do it again and over, and it's a vicious cycle. And that way of thinking has become pretty much a habit. Everything we do, if we do it enough, it becomes a habit, and that includes all of our thinking. Everything's a habit, no matter what we do, good and bad. So if we're going to constantly relive all of these things and hold the anger and hold the grudges against ourselves and others, then we leave no room in our minds to recreate our future. So you have to forget it, and you have to let it go. And then you have to say, what am I looking for in life? First of all, what do I love to do? What makes me happy? If money were not an object, what would I be doing right now? Because when you take the money out of it, because we should be able to manifest what we need to live a life. Most of the time, though, people buy into the fact that you need all these things. You wind up buying things you don't need with money you don't have and going into debt. Like George Carlin used to say, people paying 29% interest on a tic tac. by by using it on their credit card. I think if we do that and we open up our minds to what do we love to do and begin to flood our minds with intentions, positive intentions, such as I love to do X, Y, Z. I'm going to write these things down and I'm going to start to visualize these things. I do meditation every day. I've been doing meditation a long time, long before the Mandela Effect. It's possible that the Mandela Effect came to me because I was open for meditation. I don't know, maybe. But I do that because I want to spend that time every day making sure that my thoughts, over which I have complete control, we all do, if we take that control, that I'm focused on exactly what I want to do and where I want to go. I experience the feelings inside of that goal or that dream being accomplished or fulfilled. I will visualize myself doing it. I try to use all of the senses because, the brain doesn't know the difference between what is seen and what is imagined. And the brain is just a mechanism. It's the mind we're using. The mind is the mind of spirit. It's what is spirit expressing itself through us. The brain is just the mushy mechanism in there that kind of like is the decoder. It's what manages the body and makes the blood flow and the heart pump and the breathing and all that other jazz that goes on. But it's the mind that we really use, which is consciousness, which is spirit. And I think people need to really see themselves differently. They need to stop feeling helpless. They need to focus on love, and they need to make the intention of loving people. But that all has to start with forgiving yourself and moving on.
What do you say to people that are like, this guy really hurt me bad and I just can't find a way to let go or forgive? I really want to forgive, but every time I go throughout my day, it creeps back in my head, and I just keep replaying this negative stuff all the time. Because, if you come from a negative world, sometimes it's tough to reprogram your brain to get that out. It just keeps coming back in. I have stuff that, I made mistakes years ago that I still am trying to deal with it. I've forgiven myself 10 times for it. It's still there. It's like, how do you get it all the way out and gone? Do you just distract yourself by focusing on good things, or can you actually reprogram your brain to stop? Or help us out, man, for people that are at ground zero still,
It's tough. Look, it's like anything else. If you pick up the violin for the first time and you take the bow and you try to make a sound, it's going to sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. But you have to work at it and work at it and work at it. And the more you're doing that, you're rearranging the neurotransmitters and your neurons in your brain, or forming new neural networks. And that's basically creating a new habit, a new ability, a new skill. Whether you're playing a sport, a musical instrument, or anything else, all of our responses to life, all of those thoughts that are coming back at us are the same thing. We've thought them for so long, so much, with such intensity, that it's going to take almost something of the same intensity to get rid of it. And I say to some people, you got to get to the point like I did. I got to the point, I was so, pardon my language, pissed off that I wasn't able to break out of certain negative things, that you got to get angry. Anger is actually, by the way, a very good emotion, because anger is what helps you to say, I've had enough of this. You got to get, I've had all I can stand. I can't take it anymore. You've got to get angry. Nothing wrong with anger. See, there's different types of anger. That's not the deep-seated anger. That's anger saying, I want this to stop. I want this to change, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to change it. And once you get that righteous anger in you, if it's there enough, it'll give you that jump start to get you. And it doesn't happen overnight, because you didn't develop those negative feelings and beliefs overnight. You're not going to get rid of them overnight. Intellectually, we hear about this. Well, you can change your way of thinking and think positively, and everything is roses. No, it doesn't work that way. It could take years, but you're going to get better and better and better. And yes, what I would do is I began to be, self-awareness. When I was all of a sudden aware that those little creepy thoughts come back, they knock on the door, hey, I'm still here, don't think I went anywhere, and they try to get your attention, you have a choice. You could either entertain that thought, and then it just starts to spiral again, and then you have to pay attention to how you feel. And when you catch them, when you learn to catch them, you can learn to pivot. And you've got to come up with these thoughts ahead of time that, all right, when these negative thoughts come into me, I'm going to catch them. I'm going to speak to them and say, I don't want you. You don't belong here anymore. You're not part of me. I don't believe in you. And you need to immediately pivot to whatever thoughts that you've created, that you've chosen. Write them out, by the way. Write them out, choose pictures, whatever you got to do. It's like a computer. We're reprogramming ourselves. The problem is it is a struggle. It's not easy. And that's what I did. And I've been doing this for 15 years. When I first read The Science of Mind by Ernest Holmes around the year 2000, that's when I realized I can take complete control over my life. It's taken me 15 years to do that. So it didn't happen overnight. Now, there were times I was up, there's times I'm down, there's times I'm up. But if you chart the graph over the last 15 years, it's all up overall. As a matter of fact, my happiness level, where I could say that I basically became a happy individual, probably took place around 2002. So that was only about 2 years after the book, where even though I still struggled with different things, I had the sense of fulfillment and contentment. I knew I was happy because I no longer would lose my temper. And I knew I was happy because I wanted everybody else to be happy. I was no longer getting, resentful when you see somebody else who's happy, resentful deep down. You don't even realize it, but that stuff is there. And it's all about yourself because you're angry at yourself. And when that stuff stopped, I was able to take delight in seeing everyone else be happy and achieving their dream. So if somebody achieved something that maybe I haven't been able to achieve, but they did, I no longer resented it. I was happy for them. And that's the vibrational thing that begins to truly put you into hyperdrive. That's what raises your vibration. That's what gives you more and more and more happiness, which is really a state of mind. Happiness is not necessarily a feeling like, well, I'm happy to see you, or I'm not happy. It's a state of mind. And it's a state of mind that allows you to live life more fully. And so it helps us deal with these little monkey thoughts, these little thoughts that keep coming back at us. And we have to develop the skill of being able to identify them the moment. It's like a gatekeeper. The moment they try to show up again, and they will, and it could be years later, and all of a sudden some song, some smell, something remind you, some photograph, you know how it goes, will remind you of something. And you've got to have that gatekeeper ready to say, nope. And I go right to my pivot thoughts. Now, again, this is what's worked for me. I think the principles are there for everybody. I'm not telling everybody to do it the way I did it, because whatever works for me may not work for you, but I believe the principles are the same, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I just, to me, it's like, all this feels good and it's nice, but without giving me a tool to practice, it doesn't help. And at least give me a tool, what you're talking about, I can try.
Right.
And yeah, it might work, it might not, but just about like anything I really focus hard on, it works. I just got to keep doing it over and over until it sticks. Because, I have negative stuff that gets in my head that
Sure.
I'll get really bummed out about something. And I've got to purposely recognize it, refocus on a happy memory and distract myself. And I might have to do that 3 or 4 times a day sometimes just to get it going. It's I know what you're talking about.
Well, don't forget, too, we're living in the consensus reality that is based on fear and negativity. So the fact that we're faced with these things every day, no wonder we all face negativity. It's very difficult to fight these things off. You feel like you're in a constant fight. The only time that I never feel any sense of those things creeping, because don't forget, we're picking up other people's vibes, too, because we're all connected. We all have energy fields. So you meet up with somebody's energy field and it's negative, you start to feel that and you say, what's going on here? Where did this come from? Well, it's coming from somebody else. So when the 2 places where I don't feel it, where I'm totally at peace, when I'm in nature or at the beach. I could never imagine feeling any negativity in nature. As a matter of fact, I've had many experiences where I'm like, you almost feel like your spirit is about to like leave your body and you're about to ascend or something in nature. I've had those experiences, and it's a beautiful thing. So we need to spend more time in nature, I would say.
I think that's a good place to go. I used to be in the habit of really going out and walking. Unfortunately, New Hampshire hasn't cooperated with me much in this winter, but when I get out, I get my best thinking done. I'll go for like an hour walk deep in the woods, and I come back with so many ideas and so much stuff. It's just really, really energizing. I want to ask you, before I bring in my other panel and everybody, I want to ask you one more thing that is a big problem that I myself am having a lot of problem with this. When the Mandela Effect happened, it woke me up on a spiritual level. When I became aware of it, it really blew open some doors open. But one of the things it did was take my level of empathy and multiply it by a lot. I am unbelievably empathetic now, and I can't turn it off. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. You should be empathetic, but I also pick up the negative side stuff. I feel the good stuff more, and I feel the bad stuff. Like, It used to be where somebody would make a troll comment and I wouldn't care. And now, like, my feelings get hurt. And I'm like, why does this person say this? My show's about being nice and being respectful to each other. Why watch this show and leave hateful comments? Like, all I'm doing is going out here saying, be nice to each other, be supportive. And I still get a lot of grief. And I don't know. I think we're going to coin this over empathetic, that we're in empathy overdrive right now. And I can't seem to turn off the good and bad. I don't want to turn off the good, but I would like to dampen the bad side or figure out how to deal with it better. And it's kept me up at night. So I'd appreciate if you have any insight or tools that you've figured out how to deal with that.
Well, how I deal with it. And I'm sorry to hear it keeps you up at night. That's a shame, because that's.
I'm trying not to. It's just, I mean, my girlfriend's like, man, you've changed so much. This little stuff really bothers you. And I'm like, I don't know why. Where's this coming from?
Well, one of the things, you're holding it in thought. That's the one thing you're doing. But here's how I look at those situations. Because don't forget, I was certainly, as the kids say, they were throwing shade at me like never before when I made that video. And I still get a couple of hateful comments, very, very few. Everybody else here is lovely. But I respond to it differently. I look at that person and I say, well, I take pity on them. And I feel sorry for them because I realize they're not in a loving place. They don't have love in their heart. And they're very, very miserable with themselves. Because I know how I used to be. Now, I was not one who would, maybe there was no internet back then, I wasn't someone who would say nasty things to people like that. But I may think them or feel them. And that's a sign that you don't have happiness in your heart. And so when you see people saying these things to you, it's not about you. It's about them. You know why? They're upset because they see the happiness in your eyes and in your spirit. It's patently obvious. You give it off. You give off that's your vibration. And when they see that, that's the part they hate because it's not in their heart and they don't have it. So they have to attack you because that may make them feel better, even though it never does.
But what's sad is if they just reached out to me being nice, I'd be the first guy to be their friend. I'd sit and talk with them. I'm like the guy that picks up all the broken people, and I'm like, come on over. You know, I was broken too. Let's do this. And so if it's almost like the bad kid in school that they're going to get attention one way or the other. They're going to you're going to pay attention to them for being good, or they're going to pay attention for being bad. But one way or the other, they're going to get attention. And I try not to give any attention to the negative stuff that comes on this channel at all, because I'm hoping it just, if you don't feed it, it burns out. And I just want to reach out to these people and be like, look, man, I talk to you and be your friend. I don't need, I don't want to hear that. I feel bad. I don't understand that kind of anger. And I guess it just comes from being hurt a lot in life.
Yeah, these people, they're torn, they're hurt. And you have to think, can you imagine what maybe has been done to some of these people in their lives? You know how many people have been the victims of abuse? And, nobody knows that. That's bottled up on the inside. So I always remind myself that, these people could have, I was very blessed. I had a wonderful life, wonderful family, marvelous parents, and I still have them, thank God. So I had a very happy family and a very peaceful home. So I remind myself of how grateful I am for that, and realizing that not everybody had it that way, and they're carrying these things around. And I think it's most important that we put the intention out there to love these people. So when I read these comments that I get, I just sit there and I say, I love you. I don't know who you are, but I love you. And I'm going to send out the vibe of love, because that's what you need. You need that for yourself. You need to love yourself. So I think you're allowing those things to be in your thoughts too much. And if you're doing that, that's what happens. And it takes over your thinking. And, we've all been there.
I was getting it. I'm just saying, I was hoping maybe you figured this out, because I'm too empathetic. And it depends on, I get it. I'm really working on being more compassionate. I know there's a reason these people are really angry and say hurtful things. And you're right. It probably has really nothing to do with me. I'm just like a trigger. I'm just in line that hit the button that makes them react. And it's not personal. I don't even know these people. So
no, they don't know you. And why are they even watching something if they're
right? The whole
click out, right?
Yeah. All right. We're gonna invite my next panel of guests in. I learned a important lesson last week. I think I brought too many people in too early, and we didn't give a chance for our guests to really get a chance to speak. This is a live show, and I screw up. So I'm trying to get better at this. I'm going to bring in a smaller panel, and then at the end of the show, I'll open the floor up to all kinds of questions and everything else. Brian, I don't know if you're watching the chat, but they're talking about your voice, about how everybody thinks you're like a radio guy or a TV guy.
No.
And I just want to hear you say, like, welcome to WLUBO, where it's disco 24/7 all the time. Disco never dies. Here's the Bee Gees. You know, one of those. I would love to hear a lead in.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
You're watching the Mandela Effect Roundtable live with Dr. Lupo.
Thanks for having some fun. We like to break it up and laugh a little bit. And so that's where we're at. I want to try to keep a little better control on this. And then what I want to do is we're going to practice what we preach. We're going to get in here and we are going to talk about good communication with the panel, and we're going to try to find a way to communicate with each other where we're nice and respectful and everything else. I think, Brian, while we're waiting for them to come in, they'll just start popping in. Why don't you go ahead and tell people, because I feel that me and you are on the same page, that to me, the Mandela Effect's kind of a beacon. It's a signal to me that, hey, none of this stuff's real. You can do whatever you want here, kind of thing. That, what are you waiting for? Go live the life you want. And to me, it was very empowering. And I just want to help everybody else reach that empowerment. I want to vibrate out and do good things. And I know you mentioned something similar, so I'd like to know your opinion on this.
Yeah, well, it did for me. It was nothing but a positive for me. It was kind of like the missing link in my life that was like finally made me realize, you know, fighting that logical, scientific, rational left brain mind that we were talking about earlier. It finally made me realize, like a slap in the face, like, for God's sakes, for years you've been reading and studying all this stuff. Why not just jump in? So as I say, since that time, I've made quantum leaps in my consciousness, in my level of vibration, in my happiness. Even though I told you I've been happy, but now the happiness is like it's like I want to walk out there. You know what I do sometimes in public, or especially if I'm at the gym, and I only do the treadmill because I don't work out these days. I'm 45. Who does that anymore? I won't even take my shirt off. I'm very modest.
Oh my gosh! So, there are people that still work out there.
Well, on the treadmill, you know, I got to at least keep the heart healthy.
You're a cardio guy. Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough.
But I'll do experiments where I'll sit there and I'll just look at everybody in there, and I see the humanity in everybody's eyes, and my heart gets warm, and I visualize and try to envelop everybody around me in love. Like, in other words, I see a bright light of love coming from my heart, and I try to envelop everybody around me. So I do this every day at the gym. I do it when I'm walking down the street. I do it in traffic. Traffic used to see me in traffic. Talk about having no patience. Oh my God. I now laugh when that little old lady pulls in front of me and does 5 miles an hour. And I'm thankful for that old lady, and I send her love. Sounds corny, but listen, folks, this is what I do.
I gotcha. We've had some people jump in. I first want to start with, I don't know if you've ever actually had a face-to-face with Moneybags, so I'm going to let you guys
no, first time.
And his son comes on this show too.
Yeah, I've seen him on here, yeah.
You work with youth. I thought it would be good to invite these two guys, so I'm going to sit back and let you guys have a conversation for a minute, and then I'm going to introduce my other two guests, and we're going to talk about communication skills after that. So go ahead and let's go. Evan, you have the floor.
Taryn, can you hear me?
Hey, you got a good microphone. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm on my son's laptop here.
It's so much better. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, introduce yourselves and feel free to. It was Moneybags who told me about you, Brian. So he's the whole reason you're on this show. And
thank you.
And there you go. So I'd like you guys to go ahead and have a conveation.
Okay.
How are you, Evan?
Brian. Good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I feel like I've known you forever. It's like an old friend.
Yeah. I can't believe we're sitting here talking right now. I mean, after that first initial video that I made, I being critical of you and, you know, trying to be professional about it. But I looked at your channel before I made that video, and I saw that you had done things on ghosts, and you had done some spiritual things, and such a, you know, great speaker and everything. I just couldn't believe that you couldn't see the effect, but I figured you really hadn't looked into it very much at that first video point. So, I hope I wasn't offensive. I may have made some snide remarks in there somewhere, but I wasn't trying to belittle or slander or anything like that.
No, I knew you weren't, and I appreciated that. And I too then went to your channel, and I realized, I said, well, this is a normal person here, because before that, most of the videos I had seen were, mostly kids, YouTubers trying to get views. And so but I hadn't been affected either. That was the other thing. As I said earlier to Dr. Lupo, one of the problems was that everything that I had seen at that point, every Mandela effect, was regarding something that was always the way I remembered it anyway. So it was very difficult for me to understand it. So to me, I felt, well, this is just memory reconstruction, and everybody thinks their memory is 100%, not realizing that there was this whole group, tens of thousands of people who all collectively have one similar memory, only then to have it change. But of course, when I was affected myself, which happened probably about a day and a half after your video, it didn't take too long to change things.
No,
I mean, look what it did to you. I mean, you were a guy who talked about money and investments, and it completely changed your life.
It was actually kind of a blessing in disguise for me, because it's sort of a negative road trying to explain to people what the Federal Reserve really is and how it's a private organization.
Yep.
And, it was just too negative. And the Mandela Effect was something that it brought me to a new place where I was on that track anyhow. I had been doing videos on a coming shift in the consciousness of humanity, and since 2011, and I was confusing the heck out of my financial viewers. I had 10,000 subs at that time, and they didn't understand when I would do these, spiritual type, relating to the Bible type stuff, the blood moons. I had almost 1 million views on my blood moon video I did, and I was on this track. I've been on this track. I personally say that I've been on an awakening track since about 9/11. I started seeing 9/11 all the time. On 9/11, after the towers came down, and then that went on for years. And now I heard you mention 11/11. That's new for me. That's just in the past 6 months. That's just with the Mandela Effect. 11/11, almost on a daily basis. Wow. It's not something. Some people don't see the numbers; they don't understand. You're not looking for the numbers. You just see them. It's kind of bothersome. It's like someone says, "Well, what time it is?" and you look and well, of course it's 11/11. I mean, what else would it be? It's just one of those weird things.
Pretty crazy.
Are you seeing any numbers, son? Repetitive numbers?
Not really.
No. Yeah. See, he's not seeing any of the numbers, but I believe that, like I heard you mention, I believe that is the universe talking to us. However, that you want to take that, but I do believe that.
Well, especially when I would see 11/11 not only twice a day, in the morning and at night, especially on weekends because I don't stay up that late during the week. But all of a sudden, like on a Saturday, I saw 11/11 in the morning, and then my stove clock, which I've never bothered to set, is probably off by 3 hours and 40 minutes. And all of a sudden in the afternoon, I would peek and it'd say 11/11. And then all of a sudden Saturday night, 11/11. And it would happen the next day.
Can I break in? Are you drawn? Do you feel like you're just drawn to it, or are you looking to see what time it is? Because I'm just pulled to it.
Yeah, I just happen to glance, and there it is. And
it's a very weird thing.
It is. It's amazing. It's like, how many times does that have to happen? It's like somebody slapping you in the face to get your attention. And interestingly, it stopped in the past 2-3 weeks. It has stopped. And it's almost as if, okay, I got your attention. Now I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try something else now. So I'm waiting to see what's next.
Well, I'm glad that that you came on. I listened to a great interview that you and Taryn had just completed. When I first came across Dr. Lupo's first video, it was within a day that I made a video saying everyone has to see this. And then also, I've done it with a few different people, but you and Dr. Lupo and other people have a positivity that I could just feel and tell. That's where I want to go with this whole thing, because I was in that negativity, like I said, with the financial stuff, and I want to go a new direction. I've been trying to I guess even without even really knowing it, I've been trying to raise my vibration and frequency just with doing different things. I got into sun gazing, which is kind of controversial. I did it. I feel my sight's better now than before. It didn't.
Wow.
I was told growing up, that if you look at the sun, stare at the sun, you go blind or whatever. Well, no, there's an hour at sunrise and an hour at sunset where the UV is almost zero, and you can stare at it. So I was up to 10, 15 minutes of just staring directly at the sun that's just part of it. I don't do it as much now. I do whenever I can, but it gave me a great feeling, just of like the energy that you can get by doing that.
Great.
Now, I know that like a lot of this stuff, that sounds odd to some people. Why would you look at the sun? I mean, so there's things like that where maybe it's common knowledge to be told not to look at the sun, because it seems like there's something holding us back from trying to awaken.
Evan, it's like, as I've gotten into this more, I feel like every single thing that's been beaten into my head is exactly opposite. Don't do all this stuff we're not supposed to do. And now
exactly,
it's like the stuff making me happy. I'm curious, since we got Evan Jr., what's your take? Is the youth positive or negative to this? What's going on in that world? Because I don't get to talk to kids very often.
Is the youth positive or negative towards the Mandela effect?
Yeah, how do they see this? Or is it just like a matter of fact kind of weird?
I think they just they see it as like some weird thing, and they like make a video on it, as Brian has viewed many times, and then they just move on with their life. They just see it as some weird thing going on. They don't look into it too much, I feel.
Like the flavor of the month type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, I want to take the opportunity to introduce my other panelists. You guys, anybody who watches the show knows all these characters, but I don't know if Brian does. So,
no, I do know them from watching the show. Yes. Hello, everybody.
All right. Well, since Brian was more of a science guy when he started, I kind of asked more of the science panelist guys to come in, and then I also want to talk about communication, maybe how we can communicate better as panelists, that sort of thing too. We got to walk what we talk, and I'm trying to get better at it. So, Sam, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself real quick and just go down the line.
Sure. I started watching Taryn's program, same kind of thing that Moneybags was saying. Very fascinating. Seemed to really cut through to the issues, and that drew me in. And I noticed as we were having different conversations, or as he was having different conversations, that it seemed like it would be helpful to contribute a few of the things I've learned from my experiences over the years. And that's kind of how I got involved with it. And so I'm just glad I'm able to make some contribution and hopefully benefit people who are interested in the Mandela effect and how it integrates into our lives.
Thanks.
Very nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, Brad.
If you have met Ouroboros, you've probably seen him. He's been on almost every show. And go ahead and tell him, just say hi and introduce yourself a little bit. Can you hear? Did he leave?
No, he's there.
He just came back.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, so no, I'm back.
All right.
I'll assume that was directed at me. I had a disturbance on the left. So, hello, Brian.
Hello, Ouroboros.
I enjoyed the first hour and then some. Some of the things you covered, well worded. I always like to look for brevity when we're trying to communicate with people, as Dr. Taryn said, with people who are opening their mind for the first time. And I'm sure you would agree, as a motivational speaker, that if you can sum up what you have into pithy slogans, your communication becomes so much more fluid for the ear holes that are absorbing it through auditory osmosis. So what's really kind of strange about this roundtable, it seems that Dr. Taryn always groups these characters together, and I feel as if we have the last discussion we had, I said, it's like we all have parallel perceptions, but we're discussing nuance. It's like we have the same experiences, but we have different words and different tools to really probe what we are trying to investigate. Just during the first hour, I found so many things. Neuroplasticity, you were talking about neuroplasticity for the people who are opening their minds. If they say practice makes perfect. Really, folks, like incremental behavior modification, what that really is, without all the jargon, is neuroplasticity. And if you look that up, it's one simple word. It condenses everything Brian was talking about, and you can change your mind. You can change your behavior, your physiology through thought, will, and action. So I just really think it's great to share all the different terminologies we have. And great guest, Dr. Taryn, and I enjoyed the first hour.
Yeah, I wanted to get a big shot of positivity, and Brian's the man for that. So I appreciate that, and I agree. I've studied a lot about neuroplasticity, and believe it or not, I have a lot of experience with neurons. And so I understand the science behind it, but I like the tools. So the next person I have is Vegan Warrior, and Vegan, pretty much he's also a professional trainer, and you deal with motivating people and having to meet them where they're at. And I would really like to know, because you do this for a profession, share some tools with us, man.
Well, I'm the Vegan Warrior, and I see my contribution on this roundtable to be as objective as possible. I'm an objective thinker. I'm not as much as a subjective thinker, and I think that just brings an interesting twist to the discussion. I'm more focused on the tangible aspects of reality than the stuff that's intangible. But as far as motivation is concerned, it's exactly that. If somebody wants to accomplish something physically, they have to take small incremental steps to accomplish that goal. Most people, they think in their head they're just gonna drop 50 pounds by willing it. No, I'm the guy that's going to walk you down that long, tough path to help you lose those 50 pounds, and that's pretty much how that's the approach I take.
You're the right guy to ask this question to, is, when I was telling him that there's some people that are so traumatized that when you say, hey, don't think about negative things, they're like, I can't. I want to think positive, but I can't. It's so part of who I am. You must hear that stuff all the time, because a lot of eating issues involve emotion junk. And so what tools do you use to get past that?
Well, the number one thing is, as soon as you can express that you can't do something, you are programming yourself not to be able to do it. As soon as you say it, I can't do something, you're right, you can't. You cannot do it. So what I try to encourage my clients to focus on is what they can do. We can walk around the block. We can, eventually jog around the block. Eventually we can jog a mile, then we can jog 2 miles, and you just incrementally grow, not only physically, but also mentally and emotionally. We want the things we want now. And that's the delusion of our reality. You don't get things now, you get things when the universe is ready to give them to you, and when you set goals and you gradually work towards those goals, you can accomplish anything. That's the message I always put out.
And Brian, you're kind of the guest of the hour. What would you like to add on this topic?
Well, I think Vegan brought up some excellent points. I agree. I think we do want things right now. And technically, as we speak about from the quantum physical perspective, we should be able to manifest anything at will. But I don't necessarily know if that's the way it should be, because perhaps if we could get whatever we want when we want it, we may not leave the house and be very productive. So I think what Vegan is saying, the idea of working towards something, because in this linear time mode in which we operate and exist, there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for the process of learning and growing and evolving, which is, I think, very important. And I think it's part of it. Now, maybe it could be said that because I believe that, that's why I can't manifest something instantaneously. But there's a part of me that just doesn't feel that that's the way it's necessarily supposed to be.
Right.
Unless it's maybe an emergency situation, manifest a 911 cell phone in the middle of the desert when you're about to die.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think with me, when I say you want to create your own reality, is I feel that as our vibration ascends and gets higher and higher, it will be easier to create our own reality. And then one point,
Agreed.
it'll get to be where we can manipulate reality. But I don't think I'm there yet, and I don't think anyone's there yet. But intention is real. I mean, you can make intentions become things in your life, and that's where you start. I feel like, you know, part of me is a realist that, yeah, I can't just turn off gravity and it stops working. I get that. But I am also the point where if this is a fake reality, you know, there's going to be a time someday when I get the hang of this reality good enough that maybe I can. You know, what the hell's real anymore? Nothing. You know, I don't know. So at this point, I have to live as a mix. Like, yes, vegan's right. You know, I'm not just going to like blink and lose 100 pounds, but you know, I think it starts with intentions, the belief that I could, or the belief that I did. And I don't know, vegan, do you use that thing where you trick yourself? A lot of people say when they manifest, they talk about it like they already did it. It already happened. That works the best. Have you seen that happen?
Well, yeah, a lot of professional athletes speak of
yeah, there you go,
doing stuff like that, and I've done it. You know, I played a little bit of professional ball as my also, but you prepare to be able to do that. You know, so it's still a preparation to be able to zone to get into the zone. You know, in competition, you've already done a ton of work, right? You've done the hard stuff. And now it's time to apply what you've worked so hard to do. And that zone comes a lot easier. Getting in that zone, that Zen-like state happens when you've put in the work already. But if you haven't put any work in, it's very difficult for you to just get into that zone.
Fair enough. Yeah, if you prep, the zone comes a lot easier. And I think that's true in spirituality. A lot of people in the chat are like, yeah, if you meditate a lot more, you're a lot more open to getting, you know, learning something. I want to throw it back to Moneybags. You want to weigh in your 2 cents here, you and your son?
You want to go first?
No, you can go first.
Well, as far as creating your own reality, I mean, that's what I feel that the Mandela Effect has really taught me. And it's kind of sealed the deal for me because I've been on that path for a long time. I've been telling my son his whole life that life is what you think. Since he started talking, I've been telling him that. Life is what you think. Don't entertain any negative thoughts. Stay positive. And it's easier said than done sometimes, but yeah. I think it really is very important to state. And now with the Mandela Effect, I'm learning that, you know, our outside world is a reflection of our thoughts and our beliefs. And it's just has really driven that point home for me. And sort of like looking in the mirror, you know, if you don't like what's in the mirror, you're not going to start like going with your nails on the glass trying to change the mirror. You change inside of here, but that's what most people do, is they're reaching out and trying to change the outside world all the time. And all you got to do is look inward. Know thyself.
Moneybags, I mean, could I like sum that up real quick? I always use this as like a slogan. Inside is outside, and then I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like the as above, so below principle. Right. I mean, so within, so without. I mean, it's just these things, they're all coming to be more clear now with the whole Mandela Effect's like tying up all this stuff I've been researching and learning for 10 years, 15 years. Now I know that I knew there was something to it all before, but I'm just 100% sure now. There's no doubt in my mind. Because, you know, as mind-blowing as the Mandela Effect has been for me, and as much as I've been affected with 500 plus things or whatever at this point.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, we'll get there.
Whose ringtone is that?
His girlfriend.
That's actually a home phone. I still have one of those.
Wow. That's amazing. I like your ringtone, too. It sounded like almost.
And no one answers it.
Sounded like Fisher Price ringtone.
Yeah, I have a
Carnival.
I've got a Japanese rice cooker. I got this Japanese rice cooker, and every time you use it, it plays music like that. Like, if you ever buy Japanese and Chinese electronics, they sing. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, wow.
But they all play music when you use them. Like you could toast something and it'll play a tune. That's the greatest. I love it. So I want to hear from your son. Where are you at on this? How do you deal with like manifesting at your age? Do you believe any of this stuff, or is it like, when I was your age, I didn't listen to a thing my father said?
Well,
are you at that point? Do you know more than your dad at this point?
Well, I'd have to say on like some things, but more often than not, I do agree with him on that life is what you think and you can manifest your own reality and stuff. I really do agree with him on that because I've done it and I've seen the changes. Like some examples are like, say I'm having a bad day at school. I come home, I'm laying on my bed, I'm all sad. And then I decide like I put a smile on my face. And then I say, the rest of the day is going to be a good day. And then I get up, I cook some food, I play some video games maybe, and then I just have fun for the rest of the day and feel good. It's just, it's like that. You choose what you give out, and that gives back to you. So
have you seen anyone your age actually try to apply those principles, or is it kind of tough when, are they even thinking about stuff like this?
Well, not really. Yeah. I've told people that they should think more positively and like, and to smile more. I'm a person who like when a bad thing happens, I like to sometimes smile about it because that means like, hey, I like to before I get mad at something, I like to see like what is the problem and how can I fix it. That's what I like to do.
I just only wish at 14 I was thinking I create my own reality. That was so far from I was just reacting to everything back at 14. So I think he's extremely empowered at such a young age. I'm just very proud.
Well, thank you.
That he is already on the path.
Nice.
That's excellent. But that's thanks in part to you as a wonderful father to have instilled that within your son at such a young age.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Now, Brian, you work with the youth all the time. Do you see this stuff? Do they ask you questions about this? Or are they like, have you had anything cross over to this realm, or is it mainly just about how to be polite and communicate? Like, how far does it go?
Oh, believe it or not, it's gone quite far. Not the Mandela Effect. I haven't gotten into that yet, although some of them may be watching this. But I find that, because I always love discussing the unknown. We'll talk about aliens, UFOs, ghosts. So I'll ask them with a show of hands. And these are the students who really know me. These are the students who I, build a rapport with them, not just some guy who walks in the room and breaks into the alien question. And I'll say to them, how many of you with a show of hands, I said, how many of you have ever experienced something in your life that you just couldn't explain, but you experienced it? And I've done this probably 100 times, and it always averages 70 to 80% of the hands go up. And then I'll call upon a few of them, and I got to tell you, some of the stories I've heard are just, they're amazing. So the belief is there, and I've shared the whole concept of, the creation of our reality, a positive mindset. In fact, so much of that is built into my program, the self-awareness, the constructing of our minds, and where to put our focus and attention. So I've had a lot of students over the years for whom it has been quite successful. But as Evan Jr. was saying, and of course, as typical as we know with young people, their brains are not fully formed, so that they're not usually capable of higher thinking, although there are those who are. Evan Jr. seems to be one of them. But I think you're very welcome. But I think kids, for the most part, they're very smart today. They're very advanced. They're exposed to things that we never would have been exposed to, probably till we was like 21. They're seeing at 5. So I think that you're going to start seeing the mental, cognitive functioning of young people begin to accelerate where they're experiencing things at a younger age. So I think if we start to get these principles in their minds at a younger age and get that in there and make it part of a habit of way of thinking, that can help change the future, because the youth are the future.
Well, I'm going to use this to springboard into our next question. And I'm also going to let the guests that haven't said anything, like Sam and or Boris, I'm going to let you guys have your time here in a sec. But this does segue really well into, I'm going to go off the deep end a little bit, and we're going to talk about star children, indigo children, these kids that come in to this reality with like amazing skills. Like you watch this thing and some kid who's completed college at 10, and some kid who's 8 that somehow can write a symphony. What's you guys' opinion on those what do they call them? Like indigo kids, crystal kids, star children. I don't, whatever your flavor is. If some people think they're aliens, some people think they're from another, they're just
reincarnated souls
or from another reality, or everybody has some sort of opinion. But the fact is, there are 8-year-old kids who graduated college, you know, and there's like Doogie Howser's, these 12-year-old doctors. And I mean, this stuff's real. So it's happening. And it's hard for me to just say, okay, with all these kids, that it's just, well, you know, they're introduced to education earlier or something. It's hard for me to believe that their brains can be that hardwired to figure this stuff out. It feels very spiritual to me, like something big is happening. And I just kind of want to go around the room. I'm going to start with the people that have talked the least here. Sam, you got an opinion on this or the last topic?
Well, the indigo kids is kind of a fascinating one. I think part of the difference in our culture today is that there is more opportunity for youth to be engaged with information because of the technology we have. There are also parents who are more switched on about what kinds of things that they should be sharing with their kids at younger ages to help move them along. But then you, of course, have the genuine categories of kids with awesome capacities, sometimes narrow, sometimes across the board of their intellect. And quite astonishing when you just look at what they're capable of doing. I'm kind of thinking that that's what each of us could be like if the parts of our brain had either been turned on a little bit more or a little bit more coordination between different parts of the brain with each other. I'd like to think that a greater percentage of the population may eventually come to that. And with this transhumanism movement, it may in fact be one glimmering possibility of it, if you can overlook the potential negatives of it. So yeah, on that standpoint, we'll go with that for the moment.
All right, let me jump it over to Ouroboros. Do you have an opinion like Sam? Do you think these are just like genetic mutations in kids that can use both sides of their brain, or like what?
I think well, I think the neuroplasticity principle and the genetic compilation of our ancestral neural network, a naturally occurring neural network, mind you, bioaccumulation. Because if you take David Bohm's theory that all energy, all thoughts may be a subtle form of matter, well, then you have bioaccumulation. This ties into the last question when Vegan was talking about being a personal trainer and that, you know, practice makes perfect, that old idiom. Well, bioaccumulation applies to thoughts, and we know that. So I think these children, through the co-creation of technological information, we are seeing the pinnacle or precipice of absorption, because they have all the opportunities in the world now through the information age and the digital media to really explore these topics that seem before very hard to grasp. And I mean that in a literal sense. You wouldn't be able to find a book on a lot of these topics. And, you know, if you look at going from typography, going from the Gutenberg revelation, I almost said revolution. I suppose it was a revelation at the time, to this information age, the condensing of almost ADHD consumption. They're going to, through bioaccumulation, if thoughts really are a subtle form of matter, they are going to assimilate all of this information like the Borg in a relative fashion, and they will deposit it back into the reality. And if we co-create reality, then these young kids are rapid co-creators, if you will.
Got it. All right, let's bounce it over to Vegan. Your chance to take this. What do you think about these? Maybe you've met some kids, or
yeah, I've met a few prodigies on the academic side and also on the athletic side. And one of the consistent things that I've read up on and I've also witnessed personally is a heightened awareness or a heightened application and use in the 5 senses. You know, kids that learn really well, it's because they hear extremely well and they listen very well. Kids that play like instruments, they have almost like a heightened awareness of touch, you know, like a violinist or a pianist or something like that. Same could be said with a lot of the prodigies in sports, you know, like LeBron James going straight to the NBA fresh out of high school, you know. I mean, that I think we don't put enough stock in how important our five senses are and how our five senses connects us to reality. The more we're connected with reality, the more we can manifest things. That's one of the popular words in this roundtable. Manifest things effectively in reality. You know, so those senses are heightened with a lot of our prodigies. I mean, it's a known fact. You know, it's something about their senses that they're more in tune with those senses, and they're heightened, and they can use it to do the things that they do.
Do you think they're just genetically born with higher senses, or why do they have higher senses than everybody?
And probably because they have less noise in their head, unlike us. You know, we have a lot of mental noise and a lot of random thoughts that are constantly bombarding our minds. But
that makes sense.
If you can quiet your mind, you can learn anything.
Dr. Terry, may I ask Vegan a question on this?
Yeah.
Yes, but go ahead. But actually, can you wait until we're done going around? Give me a sec.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me let these other two. I want Evan to have his piece, and then we'll jump over and let you guys. And we have a moderator now for you guys, a professional moderator.
No, it'll be good. It'll be short and sweet.
I was wondering why you brought him here.
Well, you know, I didn't as much. I like to have lots of different opinions on, and Vegan definitely has people in the chat room that love him and are like, heck yeah, and then Ouroboros, and I think we're kind of on the same part. But what I want to do is we're going to talk about how to communicate better later on that. So hold that thought. I want to keep going though and make sure everybody gets their piece. Evan, what do you think? Do you think there's things like star children, indigo children, crystal children, or is this just like a genetic abnormality, or is it like Vegan said that somehow these kids are able to turn off their monkey mind early, and like everybody could do this if they would just shut their mind up? You know, what's going on?
Yeah, from a physical standpoint, I like what Vegan said about quieting the mind and heightening the five senses. My personal opinion, I'm going to go down the Dolores Cannon route with the three groups of volunteers. I think that's what she termed them. Where the final volunteers come in, and I think those might be the indigo children to help push us over, but to tip the scales, because I think that in 2012 we really did tip the scales to beyond 50% more positivity versus the negativity, and now it's just kind of flushing forward, and that's why the Mandela Effect, that's why we see that, and that's why I think they're part of that. They were seeded to just kind of push us to where we need to go, where we were going to go, where the ancients knew we were going anyway. Do you have an opinion on the indigos or star children?
I sadly haven't really looked much into it, so I don't really.
Okay.
I mean, do you have kids in school that are like writing concertos and stuff, or is everybody?
Yeah. Actually, my best friend is actually really smart, but I think, like, back to what Vegan said, is that his mind doesn't quiet down enough. And another thing is that he procrastinates a lot, and I'm also I also do that a lot too.
Meaning you're a normal 14-year-old kid.
We forget when you talk like this that you're 14, and because we're all like, I all I wanted to do was try to get girls to like me at 14. I don't know, I was like, what does a 14-year-old think about? Yeah, no. Okay. I was gonna say that's universal, I thought, but I wasn't sure. All right, so what about? I'd like to get your opinion on this, Brian. Is there such a thing as star children, indigo children? I mean, obviously they exist, but what do you think the reason is?
I was glad actually that Evan brought up Dolores Cannon, because I am a great fan of hers. And I think every single person who made points made great points. I mean, I haven't the foggiest idea, so whatever I would say would be my opinion. But I think it has a bit to do with evolution, both physically and spiritually. And like Evan said, if we're going to believe what spirit has been revealing to us about the third generation, so to speak, I think there's a lot to be said for that. So, I mean, I've really never given it a great deal of thought. So, and whatever I come up with would be my little lousy opinion. But I think everybody made excellent points. And I do believe that gifted, amazing children do exist for whatever the reason may be.
Okay. Or Boris, the floor is yours to ask Vegan what you like.
Okay, so I was just going to say, Vegan, I don't think they're turning their minds off so much. I think they're turning them on, because through this information media era, this digital media era, they are accumulating so much information that they can't turn their minds off. So let me bring up this point, and I would love your opinion on it. Do you think with YouTube, because, okay, for instance, I heard one of a swimmer that was in his youth approached Olympic world record by watching Michael Phelps on YouTube. So I agree with you 50% where you say that these kids are learning through their senses. Yes, 100%. But I think the information technology, the fact that we are getting this with boom, 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 they can observe this. They don't have to go to an Olympic live event to mimic it through biomimicry. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but roll with it. The point is they can mimic our behaviors through watching us through these technological apparatuses. And that in itself is speeding up learning and knowledge. I mean, it would take me 30 plus days to write you a letter, Vegan. And today I can write you a letter in 10 seconds, or at least send it. Maybe not write, if I put some careful thought into it. So that is what I must ask you. Do you think that the information technology is actually stacking upon the genetic potentiality? And if that is so, do you think that perhaps if matter is or thought is a subtle form of matter and energy is a subtle form of matter in the quantum physical realm, do you think that the technological externalization of our technology actually controls and speeds up the genetic epigenetic compilation of our naturally neural stacking network? And through technology and through the generations that absorb it, they are stacking and spiraling into a quickening of self-awareness that the human species has never seen before.
Wait, that was your quick question?
It was.
Well, to answer the question, I think it's a big difference between learning something indirectly and being able to master a particular sport or musical instrument or whatever. To master anything, you must focus. And focusing requires turning off stuff that's irrelevant. You know, the things that are irrelevant are pushed aside and the focus zooms in on, you know, whatever you're trying to master. And what makes these children so unique is they're able to shut out interference so they can master the particular thing itself. They're not juggling 1,000 things. They're juggling one thing. And that's why a lot of these kids are not, they may suffer from other things. You know, they may not be socially astute with their peers. They're loners, they're this, they're that. That's because they're shutting everything out and they're focusing on the thing they're mastering. And, you know, very rarely do you get a kid that's a prodigy that's also just as normal as any other kid, you know. And I believe it's all about focusing to become masters. And once your minds latch on to the thing itself, nothing can break that connection. You know, so to me, it's a quieting of the mind so you can focus.
See, I fundamentally disagree with that, because I think that ADHD and the scientific evidence, the objective evidence, says that kids are actually more in tune with multitasking through their attention spans and whatnot. So I think their genetic compilations are running in the background as an ancestral gift. But I also think that through information technology, they are learning and distributing quicker than the average human of your generation or my generation. So I fundamentally disagree with you on that part. I think it's the information technology that actually creates the star child.
Well, you had prodigies all throughout human history. So
Of course, but
you had prodigies even when there was no technology. So I mean, either way, you know what I mean? We can say it's the technology, but then
technology exists through all human manifestation. I mean, writing is technology, my friend. Shakespeare is technology.
Well, I'm talking about the person. Shakespeare was a prodigy.
Taryn, I'd like to jump back for a moment to a comment you started out with, saying
let's bring it in one at a time here. We're talking over each other. So, Brian, you need to correct us and help us with tools.
Well, I didn't want to be rude and interrupt anybody.
We listen, and then we understand, and you recognize, and you say, okay, vegan, I can see why you have that view. Here's where I'm at with this. I think basic communication. That's why you're here. So go ahead and take a breath. Let's start over here. Brian, do you have anything you want to say before I jump it over to Sam?
I'm
sorry, who wanted to interrupt?
Sam wanted to speak.
Sam. Okay, I want to let Brian have the floor for a minute, though. Go ahead.
Oh, I really have nothing to contribute here. I'd rather hear what Sam has to say.
Right. Fine enough. I thought you wanted to. Okay, Sam, go ahead and break them up for a minute. Go ahead.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning of this topic about the idea of our flesh being a sort of meat suit for our spirit. And I think that ultimately that's probably the most significant realization, at least as far as how all this information comes together to serve a greater overall purpose, is that, there seems to be this component, whether our spirit exists previous to being incarnated or whether it is a combination of creation at the moment that our flesh is also made available as the vehicle for that spirit. I had a personal experience when my first son, shortly after he was conceived, and that may sound a little misleading, but it was a little bit misleading, but it was such a beautiful spiritual awareness. In my mind's eye, I had this perception that there was this sort of light tunnel, like you hear people describe when someone dies, but in this case, it was sort of an opening and coming toward the earth here, and I could sense a kind of experience that he was actually arriving to become conceived. And I was told at that moment, thought crossed my mind, which I later attributed to God, that his name was Sawyer, and he's a funny guy. Well, I found that kind of ironic because we did find out, yes, in fact, we were expecting. But at that point, all his youthful years, he was not a funny kid. And when I would introduce him, I'd say, this is my son Sawyer. He's a funny guy. Well, he was never funny. And they'd say, well, he's not very funny. They'd look at me and I'd say, well, he hasn't come into his inheritance yet. But then when he got to be about 16, 17 years old, something happened and he just became the funniest guy and everybody loved to hear him. So it was really neat.
Well, I think that's a great story. Thank you. I'm kind of at the place where I think the human brain could do all these things, but it's been suppressed over time, either by, who knows, nefarious things, maybe the chemicals, maybe whatever. I think people throughout time have had that suppression removed. And these indigo children, I think, are people that are able to work fully, like with their brain, both halves. And maybe some are from a different reality, or they're put here, like Dolores Cannon says, or like some people say aliens are doing it, or whatever. The point is I feel that the human body has the ability that we just haven't tapped in. It's suppressed in a lot of us, and maybe hardwired that way. Somebody's clicking something the chat room's talking about. Maybe whoever's fondling a pen, so don't do that. The chat room's talking about a pen.
Okay, it's gone.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn this back over to you guys. Vegan and or Boris, did you guys want to hash that out politely and finish what you're saying? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. I mean, he can go.
No, I mean, I agree with them. The whole fact of dialectical debate is to have contradicting point of views so the audience can evolve from the transgressive selection of voice. They can decide what is good in the dialectical debate. So I don't have to agree with him, and he doesn't have to agree with me. And it's not the fact that we're being mean or we're being negative. That's what dialectical debate is. So I find it quite funny that anybody would say it's negative to disagree. To me, that's not being emotionally mature enough to be able to handle real debate. So that's one thing I must disagree, Dr. Taryn. Dialectical debate is not negative.
I'm sorry if I came across that way. I feel that when you don't listen and you're interrupting each other and walking on each other, it creates a negative, lower vibe, and you guys aren't going to start because you both want to be heard and neither of you are listening. You're just talking over each other, and I think that's just a bad habit. And I know it's excitement. It's not like you're doing it on purpose and being a jerk about it. It's just I think it's training. You gotta stop and listen, stop and listen, stop and listen. And,
I'm listening. That's how I develop a response.
I get it, but I'm not. Oh, geez. Brian, you want to help me here? I'm not doing it.
And I understand communication, by the way, and I'm very familiar with the noise model. So
I was the captain of my debate team.
I get it. But what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to create an environment you guys can talk about anything you want as long as you're polite and respectful to each other. And that's it. Just be polite, respectful. It's okay to be passionate. Just don't cut each other off and step on each other's toes and stuff like that. That's it. And
I think Vegan and Ouroboros seem to be okay with one another's back and forth. So if they have no problem with it, that's their style, I would say.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I watch the chat room and when people are like, "Hey, they're shouting at each other," I step in and say something. So, that's all it is. I honestly like lively debate too, but I sometimes let it go too much. It takes over. So this is supposed to be also an entertaining show. So we're going to keep entertaining and we're going to move on.
Is it time for me to sing a song?
This is.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about one of the weird phenomenons that has been happening that we kind of glazed over, but I want to get more into this because people in the chat room are talking about this, and I've had people personally email me that people that are dead are coming back. I had one person told me about a family member. One of their family members was shot a few years ago and died. And all of a sudden now they're back and alive and nobody remembers it except them. And they're talking with them and the person has no memory of being shot or killed. Like all of a sudden they're back. Another person told me that they were at a gas station and his ex-girlfriend died years ago. This is someone he is dating. And there she was pumping gas. And it freaked him out, and he went up and talked to her. She had no memory of who he was. Same name, same person, like they talked a little while, no memory. So what is going on where people are starting to see, I'm just going to throw this out of here, and anybody wants to talk about it, because to me, I want to talk about this one, but that one's really weird. Like, are we living two different realities? Are they seeing somebody that died in an old reality, and now we're in a new reality? What is going on?
Were they buried in a pet cemetery? That's my only question.
They come back evil when they do that. They always attack you and they hide under your bed and stab your Achilles.
Well, I could have sworn that Brian Dennehy had died, and then I saw that he's one of the Mandela effects, that many people thought he died and he didn't, and I could have sworn he died.
Yeah, Billy Graham was a huge one. A lot of people said Billy Graham died, and they were like,
he's so old. He's like Abe Vigoda. You assume he's dead. And Abe Vigoda now is dead.
Oh, don't kill off Abe. I hope he comes back.
No, he's dead. He is. He really is.
It's crazy because I've gotten to a point where Kate and I are like, well, I hope they bring that person back in the next jump. I really want, she likes Michael Jackson. She's like, I wish he'd come back. And, so.
Well, Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela,
Yeah, that's where it all started. So, Evan, do you have any?
I was just going to say the big one for me is Jim Neighbors.
Oh,
But
He died,
because
right?
I had heard he died on the radio. You know, Gomer Pyle's no longer with us. Blah blah blah, and you know
I
he's
think I
alive.
heard that too.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
so-
remember going to Mount Airy. Okay, for you guys that don't know, North Carolina has a real place called Mount Pilot, which well, they all call it Pilot Mountain there. But North Carolina, Mayberry is a fictional town, but it's based on this real area. So they have this thing called Mayberry Days, and Mayberry Days is a real thing. And I remember them having an entire Mayberry Day dedicated to him the year he died. Like I remember reading about it and seeing news clips and everything. So that was back when I used to watch news, if that tells you anything. But so I remember that real well because I lived in that area.
Yeah, that's a big one for me. I've never done a single video on someone who died and supposedly is with us now. Just because there's so many death hoaxes and all this stuff, and you could have just misheard it. So
yeah, and there's people purposely on Twitter killing people, like the fat guy that played Newman in Seinfeld. They've killed him like 4 or 5 times on Twitter, and he'll post it and it's like, "I'm not dead. Stop doing this." Yeah, Wayne Knight. And so to me, there's been so many hoaxes. I don't know what's real and what's not, but I definitely remember Jim Neighbors dying. I remember seeing a Billy Graham funeral, but I wasn't sure if I mixed it up with Jerry Falwell or not, because he died.
Bill
I
Nye?
mix up those preachers.
Sure.
You know Bill Nye?
Yeah, Bill Nye, the science guy.
Right. That's a big one for my son. He could have sworn that he died, what, 2-3 years ago?
No, more than that.
Or
Early 2000s.
early 2000s. My son heard he died,
Wow.
but he's alive and kicking. You know, so that's a big one, I think, for the younger generation, the Bill Nye. So I've heard other kids do videos on that.
Damn, I was hoping that was real.
Yeah, he's an interesting character.
Has Bill Nye come out against the Mandela effect? Because
He would definitely be against it. Yes,
he always has some
I
sort
would
of
imagine
opinion.
he'd have a
by the
hard
way,
time with the Mandela effect.
He's not really a scientist. He was a host of a kids show.
He's a gatekeeper.
So he's like Mr. Wizard, basically.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well,
Wow, is that going way far back, Mr. Wizard? Do you guys remember Mr. Wizard? Is this
I
the
don't.
show, Mr. Wizard?
He's one of the guys, interestingly enough, that I've got the email about following CERN, and they're about to do something big. And he was one of the ones talking to the other physicists at the time, just before they switched it on the first time. So
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Right.
CERN turned to this guy, like the TV host.
well, he was in the conversation with them. I don't think he was involved in CERN. I think he was passing emails around like attaboys with them.
Oh, okay, getting them all excited. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I believe in you, buddy, you know, and CERN involved, something
Right,
big's about to happen, that kind of thing.
They always told out the whoever the cool physicist is at the time to.
I have a question. Is Mr. Rogers dead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I think that was a few years back.
It's a very sad day in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
And Willy Wonka.
Is it true
Yeah.
that Mr. Rogers was like the special forces guy in Vietnam?
No,
That was something I heard a
Yeah,
long time ago.
I'd heard about it too, and then a few years later it was debunked.
Oh, okay. No.
It's like one of those great urban legends, because the last person you would expect to be special forces is Mr. Rogers.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, his generation, that was still in the draft. Like everybody went to war, so
Yeah.
he could have been there. I'm not going to say he wasn't, because that was pretty common back then. I think everybody got pushed into war.
Of course, if he was in special forces and in some kind of black ops programs, they would deny it, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just,
Hey, Taryn, before I lose the opportunity, I wanted to ask Brian something.
sure,
Yes,
take over.
Evan, yes.
And I wanted
Yes.
everyone else to chime in on this. I'm gonna put you on the spot if you don't mind here, real quick. Just on a historical note, just if you know this or not, you know, if you've heard of this. July 1916, off the New Jersey coast. You're from New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
Off the New Jersey coast, there was a big event that broke windows down Fifth Avenue in New York. There was a huge event. Are you aware of something happening in July of 1916 that damaged the Statue of Liberty?
Was that during World War I?
Yes.
Was that a World War I event? Yeah,
It was-
I vaguely know something. I've heard something about that, because actually in 1917, here in my town of Lyndhurst, we have the Meadowlands area where Giant Stadium is, and it's all flat. That's why I can see the whole skyline of New York. There was a German munitions factory, excuse me, that was intentionally blown up. It was one of the first episodes of sabotage and terrorism here, technically.
Okay, so you're aware of it then. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was German spies set off 100,000 tons of TNT.
That was in my town.
It was equivalent to a 5.5 earthquake. Now,
that was in my town.
Right.
Actually.
That was okay. So I was hoping you had heard of it. I never heard of it. I asked my stepdad yesterday, who's into World War II and into history. He never heard of it. I was thinking maybe for some of us it's a Mandela effect. I can't imagine I didn't hear of some. That's a huge event. I just can't imagine I never heard of it.
Well, see, the reason why I didn't know what you were talking about first, because you said 1916. It was actually 1917. And I guess because it was World War I, a lot of that's buried. But every year we actually have a ceremony we do here. In fact, part of the factory, some of the remnants of the foundations and the smokestack are still standing. And I mean, it's less than a mile from my home, by the way, where this took place. In fact, my family, who was living here at the time, we've had memories of what it was like at the time when it all started going off. People thought the world was coming to an end. They were literally running down the streets, running away. They didn't know where to go or what to do. It was just an unbelievable
Are you
event.
sure on the date?
1917, yeah.
Because in 2016, there were articles saying that the torch has now been closed for 100 years. So there were articles online in 2016.
Well,
Wow.
It's a 2016 event. I'm pretty sure.
Well, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of it a couple of months ago, or just recently, because my brother's the director of emergency management here. I remember he was making a big deal out of it, and there was an article in the paper. Now, that's assuming we're talking about the same event, but this was a big, the Germans munitions factory was the big. I mean, there's actually, if you go on YouTube, there's footage of old-fashioned movie.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And that's my town. That's where I live, Lyndhurst.
Okay.
It was at that time it was called the Kingsland explosion because Lyndhurst didn't become incorporated literally until 2 months later in 1917. Before that section of town was called Kingsland, but we were still part of the old Union Township.
Well, I saw Black Tom Island, right?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Where's that?
It was an island where it happened, but the island isn't there anymore.
No, I don't think we're talking about the same thing, Evan, because this took place in the Meadowlands. It was
100,000 tons of TNT, an explosion that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but it was not Black Tom Island.
Really?
No, there's no island down there.
I was just researching this, gonna do a video on it today, and it was all about Black Tom Island, and wow, this is bizarre.
So we got to follow up on this.
Yeah,
no,
definitely.
This is what's called collaboration. You should do a video together.
Well, what are the chances, by the way, that I come from the actual town where the thing that you're
I was
asking me about,
researching that for 2 hours today. Yeah,
7 billion people on the planet, and I live in the town where that happened.
It's been on my mind in a big way the last 2 days. Yeah.
Well, I can certainly get any specific information. Interestingly, years later, my grandfather, who was a lawyer, wound up helping to get money for all of the people who were hurt and involved in that. And you can actually search it out. The whole report is online if you Google it. So, but that's very curious. We got to make sure we're talking about the same thing because I don't know of any other 100 tons of
100,000 tons of
100,000 tons. I mean,
floating off the New Jersey shore there.
That's crazy.
No. Okay,
I had to ask that.
No problem. Jump
Glad
in
you did.
all you want because I didn't know that one at all. I never heard of that. So you did do you guys, if you hadn't seen it, one that really bugged me that I just saw on Moneybags channel. And if you guys want to see the whole thing was the Eurythmics song that changed. That really bugged me. I had no idea. So if you guys hadn't heard about that, you should go check that out on his channel. That was your latest story, right?
No, Procter & Gamble actually was my latest one. And that one drove me nuts doing the research.
Tell us about that real quick before I jump.
Well, I found tons of government websites, FDA, OSHA, all with Procter OR, and it's always been ER. I found tons of court documents, James Reed versus Procter & Gamble OR, Johnny Smith versus Procter & Gamble OR. I found 10 court documents. I mean, it's just, how could I don't understand. It blew my mind. And so I'm doing a part 2 to that actually maybe tonight with more documentation. And that one, I knew about that one since March of last year, but I never researched Procter & Gamble. It's one of the biggest residual evidence, reality residue, Mandela effects I've come across in all of them.
There's so much legal stuff. I mean, they've been sued, and I mean, I personally have lawyers in my family that have done Procter & Gamble cases, and so I mean, it's got to be all over. It's got to be just a ton of stuff you can find.
That's a point I've wanted to bring up about the residual evidence we're finding, because if the Mandela effect, if things change, and that technically means that we're now in a different universe, a different reality where it's always been that way, how is it then that this residual evidence is there? I find that fascinating. What do you think?
Anybody else? I mean, I have my opinion on it, but
there was an interesting theory that showed up yesterday, or someone had emailed me, and I don't think they want their name on here, but I'm just going to say that they said that it was like if this was a simulation, that somehow the simulation got damaged, and the computer tried to repair it the best it could by guessing. Kind of like when you have a self-repair program and it just
actually sounds like a good idea.
That it was like since it's not a human doing it, it doesn't realize that it thinks that maybe sweet dreams were made of these or this. That it was like a repair program that just didn't go right. I don't know. It just made up code where it thought it should fit.
It's like you have multiple pages. And you have printed off different code, and each one's a parallel universe, and each universe is a perception in its own. And when you stack those pages, when the ink is wet, for the metaphor here, there's bleed through, right? The ink from the other page bleeds through the one on top of it, or vice versa. So you kind of see this double-edged sword that if we have a parallel universe, you may get bleed through from all these parallel perceptions if we inhabit them. But then there's the argument that each individual creates their own perception. I personally believe that the objective reality we inhabit, we co-create, and then the parallel universe is a separate page. But some people believe that every single perception is a page in the universe. I don't know where I stand on that. But as far as people getting bleed through effects, as I like to call it, that's what I like to visualize, ink bleeding through pages.
The idea of the parallel universes does seem to me to be, this seems to be kind of an evidence for the reality of that. So imagine for a minute that you have a scanner that can go, call it the D-Wave computer, into one of these other realities, and it has got the capacity to actually account for the location, energy, vibration, timing of every atom in a specific topic that you want. And it can differentiate between Ford information and Volkswagen information or whatever topic. Then you take that in your system, you bring it back to your reality, and you say, you know what? This company is better in that reality than it is in our reality. Let's upgrade our reality to do this. So in that sense, then they sweep the wave back over our atoms, and it raises the atomic quantum field to the threshold, and then they introduce this information, and our reality, in the blink of an eye, turns into that other reality. So you're creating this Franken-Earth out of all these different realities. Now, that's one aspect. The other is, yeah, we moved on a primary level. We entirely had our consciousness bumped out of our old reality, out of our old bodies, and we are actually in our doppelgangers. But this evidence that's in the patent office for Rice Krispies and Procter & Gamble and the things we're finding, that tends to make me think, wait a minute, if that's still under the covers where they didn't look, and in cross-references that they didn't scan, it would still stay the same if there's an argument that we, in some sense, are still in an original or close to our original world. But they have continued to modify, and that, along with the idea of new islands coming up here and there all over the Pacific, those are other indications to me that they are terraforming the world we have now, although I think it's not without, or what do you guys think? Do you think it's beyond the realm of possibility that at some point we've been bumped from one reality to another with our consciousness? that seem? What's your
That's
thoughts
where
on
I've
that?
always been. Since the beginning, since March 2016, I thought my consciousness shifted. Right when I started seeing, I was on the couch for 2 days after noticing all these things that were different in my reality. That was what I initially thought. I was expecting a consciousness shift in humanity for 5 years, and then I felt like my consciousness just shifted over here
Yeah,
for whatever reason.
I think that's a good argument for the thing Taryn was saying about the meat suit we wear called our bodies, that we exist independent of that, and this is just the housing that we're most closely able to jump over into. Makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. But then it's so funny because why do I remember so many things that are presented as having changed as having always been that way? So what reality did I come from? And that's what freaks me out.
Well, here's the weird thing about this, and maybe this will make some sense out of it, although not perfect. It seems that if you had a doppelganger, and there may be an infinite number of ourselves in these other parallel realities, they have had most of the same experiences, and then maybe some different experiences. And then when you get bumped over into this mind, into this body, some of those experiences that your doppelganger had are now blended in with your own experiences. So some people are reporting they're remembering it both ways. Other people are saying, I don't remember it any way except how it's been. And that may be that you're from this reality or a reality similar to this, because we're seeing people's testimonies also seem to indicate that there are several worlds that have been blended in together. I mean, I'm still astonished by the guy who said he woke up one morning and all the green lights were on the bottom. You remember that guy?
Well, that was me. That was also me. That was me.
Really?
That was me and Life Matrix. And Life Matrix was the first one I ever hear talk about that. And he said that it happened for him. And I looked at it and I was like, yeah, maybe. And then a few months later, I was driving down and I saw like 10 different stoplights, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. They're all upside down. I remember the green being on top, and it just blew my mind right at that moment. And so then I did a video on it.
It's funny because now I've always remembered them on the bottom or on the farthest right, because years ago, they weren't always hanging down, they were horizontal. And I always knew, coming from a family of all police officers in public safety, that they were always placed in the same order because there are people who are colorblind and wouldn't recognize red from green. That's what I was always told.
Right. So you remember green always being on the bottom, like it's always
either on the bottom or on the farthest right if the traffic light were to be.
I was right there with you my whole life until someone had mentioned they remember it being the opposite way, green, yellow, red. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks, like some of these do. You could potentially, within a month from now, shift yourself and go, oh, wow, no, wait. Now, I knew that it was always red, but why am I thinking green used to be up there? And that's just a bizarre thing. This is.
And it seems weird that it's localized, too. Like, in some areas, in other areas, like, I'll talk to people that live in Australia or New Zealand, and they don't know it's moved. And then later on, they're like, well, maybe it has. It's like if that affects you in that area, you're not aware of it. Or it's very weird that our memories are localized at certain times in certain places. And then, like you said, Evan, you'll get a flash. Like I'll get a kind of a better term, a download or something, where I'll get a whole batch of new memories that come in that I'm like, hey, wait a sec. It's like it unlocks at a time here and there. It's very strange.
Brian, I wanted to ask Brian real quick. Have you looked at the map? Have you looked at the world map since you've come across all this information? Does everything look like it's always looked to you?
Sometimes I wonder if it looks different because the thought was implanted, the suggestion of having change was implanted within me. So Australia looks like it's in a different location. Cuba looks like it's closer to Florida.
And bigger.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree that South America didn't look as close to Africa as it does now. But then again,
okay, so you have noticed some things to look a little off.
Now, I noticed them after somebody mentioned.
Well, you're looking at a Mercator map, or you're trying to take a globe and put it on. But where are the maps I learned from growing up? That's what I'm asking. Where are the maps where Italy wasn't such an angle and Sicily wasn't almost touching it? And where are those maps? It was the the maps, I think, that kind of pushed me over the edge on this whole Mandela effect.
Yeah, it's funny with Sicily because I'm half Italian. My mother's Italian, and so I was always familiar with the map of Italy. So it looks completely the same to me with Sicily, because the joke always was among Italians and Sicilians, because they never really liked each other, that the boot was always trying to kick Sicily away.
Yeah, it's kicking the football. I mean, I got Sicilian. Right. Yeah. We don't. No Sicilian.
While we're on this topic, what about the Rock of Gibraltar? I mean, I vividly remember it being an island, and it was shocking to me to find out it's a peninsula, and always has been. And it's bizarre too, because who puts an airport right at the line of where the traffic goes to the peninsula? Literally.
It's a crazy. I've been to the Gibraltar and landed at that airport. It's crazy. It's like the shortest airport you've ever seen.
It's sandstone, right?
Yeah, it's nuts. It's so scary to land there. It doesn't make any sense. I'm with you, but I remember it being right under Spain. I don't remember it being an island.
Anyone else remember?
Well, I did some research into like the Knights of Malta for something, and I remember they were talking about the Rock of Gibraltar because it was an influential figure, I suppose. But I don't really think it has changed, but that's just from my perspective. I mean, when did you discover this, Sam?
This is probably in August or September last year.
I'll bring it up on the international show. We have a person living in Spain. One
that
or
would
two
be
people.
even better.
So I'll ask them about Gibraltar, because I feel like we talked a little bit about it, but I don't remember what they said.
Even the Strait of Gibraltar.
There's people talking about it. If you're watching the chat room, a lot of people are saying, yeah, it was an island in the Strait of Gibraltar. If you, my guest forgot, you can watch the chat. They kind of are talking about this stuff. So.
Yeah, I think it was an island.
There were two other factors. See if you guys remember. Do you remember Prudential Insurance Company using that island as their icon? And then
I do.
I do.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And then secondly, they have these monkeys on the Rock of Gibraltar that were the only monkeys in Europe that existed and independently all this time. Well, if it was always a peninsula, why didn't these monkeys ever migrate out to the rest of Europe?
Yeah, I heard that.
It's a good point. It's a good point. I want to introduce Gabrielle. She just showed up and been quietly wanted to add her 2 cents. You guys have seen her on the show before, but like I said, I've been trying to keep the guests smaller, and we'll get a larger panel as we go towards the end of the night. So thanks for coming. Is there something you'd like to add particularly about the last hour or two of conversation you want to chime in on?
Just going to say really quick, communication-wise, I think that we really need to be responsible for what's coming out of our mouth. I agree that we need to respect each other's views, and we all coming from different angles. As far as the children coming in, I have younger kids myself, plus a 2-year-old grandchild. They are definitely uploaded and upgraded and ready to go, and I think that that's done purposely from a God source creator or our higher power, or whatever you want to say. Dolores Cannon, definitely on page with her. I agree with everything with that. They are so smart, and their slate is clean. And I think due to the fact of what's going on with us who have prior memories, mixed memories, and everything else, our reality as we are trying to figure it, that we once knew it, and we're trying to refigure what it is, these children had to come in on a clean slate so that they are able to not be skewed in moving forward in a more heart-centered, higher vibrational manner. And I'm also thinking that we're all coming in, if you would, kind of like, you know how Windows has 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and everybody's kind of in Windows 7, but on the different layerings or upgrades of that same program. And that might be why some of us see some of it, some of us don't. And again, I think it also has a lot to do with our belief systems, where we came from, what we knew already, what we experienced, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely still think that it's a great idea to put our wonderful, magnificent, manifesting minds together and see what happens there. And well, I like everything that's been saying so far. I've been trying to get on, but I've been watching and listening. So that's my really Quick insert.
we were getting a lot of heat in the chat room that I didn't have any female guests. They all canceled. So
no.
we needed some female in here. Thank you. Some energy. It was a testosterone fest here.
The patriarchy must rule. No.
No, it's cool.
All right. Did anyone want to say anything else before I jump to the next topic?
Well, you know what's so great about what you're doing here tonight? I feel as if every single topic and guest you have reinforces your roundtable, Dr. Taryn. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but if it is unintentional, it's an unintentional, genuine genius of yours, because it seems like as you carry on to the next, no, like as a
no one's ever
compliment.
called me genius. Sorry, I had to giggle.
Well, here, beyond the humor of it, really, if you're bringing on these people who have kind of the same perceptions, but like I said, the nuance, you really are reinforcing and trying to carry on these situations where it's hard to describe to everybody. Like going back to communication theory, and I'm sure Brian would be avid to describe this as well. The more, the better, because you are dealing with multiple backgrounds. So the more people you get to reiterate the same topic, but through different words, you're going to touch so many more people. And I think that's why so many people are showing you love, Dr. Taryn, is because what you're doing is unique. And I hope you continue to do it, because you're doing something I haven't seen on YouTube, bringing together multiple perspectives without throwing up the bubble, without going, nope, you can't get in here. You're doing this across every single category and every single country through your international shows. So congrats to you. And that's what I would like to say before you move on.
Well said.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys. That's
important.
really nice, and I got so much love. Thanks, guys, because this whole process has been a struggle, and I've been coming in kicking and screaming. It's not really where I ever thought I'd go. I'm very much like Moneybags, where I'm like, okay, I guess I better go this way. People want this, and and Brian now. Brian's part of the welcome to the club now. Also,
Oh, wait, real quick. I thought it was funny on Brian's channel. It has you and you, Dr. Lupo, and I as related channels. As his top two related channels on Brian's channel.
Oh,
I thought that was
all right. It's official now.
The algorithm.
Now, Brian.
That's right. Same viewers. We just got really cool viewers, and I really dig, because guys, and I'm speaking to everyone. It's a learning process, man. We're gonna keep trying. Every show I do gets a little better, I hope, and I'm trying to pick a roundtable that's interesting, that has everybody's views on here, and I at least try to invite and rotate in and out of guests and bring up interesting topics. It's a lot of work, but I really also, these guys are in here, donated money. I've never asked for anything tonight. It was wonderful. It was great, and that really shows me I'm appreciated. I just don't even, I'm like so choked up when people do that. It's amazing. The other thing is I'm going to keep trying, and I'm sure I'm going to make mistakes in the future, and I'll keep going the way you want. There is a lot more Mandela Effect shows coming online. I think I opened. Whoa. Yeah, you gotta mute out there, Evan Jr. for a sec.
Okay.
I hope he's okay.
No, I know.
So he's just getting something out of the fridge.
Yeah, we
Did
all
he knock
heard.
the fridge over while he was doing it?
Yeah, metal gates.
Yeah. There does seem to be more, at least Mandela stuff coming online, which is good. I found out there was another, I think 2 shows starting up, live shows, and we'll see what happens. I think the more we all get out and talk about it, the better, because I'm not everybody's flavor. They're going to come on here and be like, man, this guy's crazy, and go off, and that's cool. Find your own flavor. Like I said, this is going to be just what the audience wants is where we'll go. I can't imagine we can talk about Mandela stuff forever. We'll have to keep it interesting, but it does seem
coast to coast.
It does seem to just keep giving us stuff. I have like a whole list of stuff that I haven't heard anyone talk about necessarily, like the Tyson Holyfield fight. Have you guys ever heard of that one?
Yeah.
No, do tell.
Ear biting?
What?
The Tyson Holyfield fight. We're going to rewind for a little bit. And during the Tyson Holyfield fight in my old reality, so Tyson comes out of prison, Holyfield's the champ at the time, and Tyson's all like wants to let everybody know he's a tough guy. And he's losing the fight, and he bites Holyfield's ear.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Then they warn him, and he bites it again and like takes a piece off and spits it out into the crowd. And like they never find the chunk of ear. And Holyfield had he had I think he just had a scar. I don't think I feel like he tried to get it repaired. I'm a little hazy on this part, but supposedly I had some people write in and tell me that has now changed, that Tyson only bit him once. And like when Holyfield gets his ear bit off, he jumps up and down and he's like shouting. That never happens now in this reality. Like he doesn't do that. That's what I'm told. So I do not know if this is real or not. I've looked into it, and so far it's right. I don't see that him jumping up and down like he used to. And Holyfield's ear in this reality is different. Like I remember it being a big gouge, and I think it's not now. So someone's saying Tyson never bit off his ear. I don't know. So I'm going to throw this out because this is Moneybags' realm. Look that one up.
I will. I'll look into that.
And I was hoping someone else had heard about that the Tyson fights changed.
Oh, wow.
Another one is the Scientology. And this one's a weird one the guy that wrote the Scientology books was L. Ron Hubbard, right? L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
Well,
Yep.
Leah Remini has a show about where she goes out and attacks the church, and while she's talking in the background, it's showing his books, and they flash to his books, and his books are spelled like Elron, Elron, like Lord of the Rings Elron, L. Ron Hubbard in the background. So if you're watching that special, look at the books in the background; they're not spelled the same in that. And it is like, what? So
subliminal.
I just never heard of that one. Another one that came in is people have a memory of the Amityville Horror House being torn down. And
It was turned around.
And someone had said that the Amityville, there were so many people coming to this house and looking at it that they tore it down. But now in this reality, it's back.
No, actually, I could comment on that.
Oh, tell me, because I don't know if I'm crying wolf on this one. I'm only reporting what people are telling me to ask.
Yeah.
So throw it out there.
Yeah, a lot of my family live out on Long Island. Actually, it was because of that. They didn't knock it down, especially in those days, because it was people didn't have the money they do today. They turned the house. They rotated it 180 degrees.
Oh, so it's still there. It just doesn't look like it anymore.
Like the extra.
Yeah, they turned it. And they took out those... Well, they turned it, yeah. And then what they did is they took out those teardrop windows on either side of the fireplace and replaced them with square windows, so it didn't have that classic, iconic look that everybody knows.
Okay, because someone had wrote in saying they tore down the house and now it's back, and so
maybe they didn't. I don't, maybe that's a new reality, but the reality I know is that it's.
I'm just going to go through this list, and if you guys know something, I don't know. If you were listening, I don't know if any of this is true or not, but I'd like to hear what you say in the comments, because I do not have, basically I get a huge list of questions that are like, please ask this on your show. A big one that keeps coming up is Leonard Skinner in the plane crash. So I am not a classic rock guy, and I think Moneybags is. Moneybags, do you know about this one, that the plane crash, supposedly in the old reality, all 6 people died. And in this reality, only 3, or I might have that backwards. Do you know what I'm talking about here?
No, I can't help you on that one.
Anybody? Anybody in the chat room?
No.
Mm-mm.
How many people died in the Leonard Skinner plane crash? Did the whole band die, or just 3 people? Nobody knows.
Are they talking about like the American Pie plane crash? Because I haven't heard of a Leonard Skinner. Maybe.
Hold on, the guy from the Mike Show, he's a huge Skinner fan. They're saying not all died, and then there's someone saying yes, all 6 died. So there is controversy on this one. All dead, all dead. They're saying in the chat, but in the reality, the old reality, it was 3 of them, because somebody in the chat room was actually at the Leonard Skinner funeral, and said that there was only 3 people originally, and now they're all dead. But now people are saying 3. So I don't know. Someone needs to do a video on this. I'm throwing it out there. My job's done. So you guys go ahead and talk about that.
My initial investigation into the Holyfield fight was that he just bit his ear.
So he didn't bite the ear off and spit it into the
Right. I
crowd?
can't find that. So I'm definitely going to look into this because he bit a piece off and spit it out.
I remember him jump.
That's what I
Holyfield,
remember.
Yeah.
they spit it out and they couldn't find the piece. It was out in the crowd somewhere, and it was
If
like
I can't find anything on the fact he bit a piece off, then there's something there, definitely. That,
And then
that
I
doesn't
remember-
match my memory.
100%.
Well,
I remember when he got bit, he jumped up and down. Holyfield was holding his ear, jumping up and down, and they stopped the fight. And
But
that
in the
doesn't
fight-
exist.
But in the fight, he was bit twice.
He bit twice,
Yes.
right? He's bit once,
Right.
they warned him, and then the second one is when he actually bit the ear off,
Bit a
right?
piece off.
Right.
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 So they're saying now he only bit him once.
He only bit him once, and he didn't take the piece off on the ear. And Holyfield doesn't have a missing ear,
Yeah.
like a piece
Oh
off.
boy.
So,
Yeah, that's a big one if that's the case.
Yeah.
ear. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just passing it along.
Right. No, I'm gonna
but-
definitely.
I remember him spitting it out.
and I just had this huge memory of Holyfield jumping up and down when it happened. And
Yeah.
they stopped it.
Yes. He
And
was
I
freaking out.
cannot find that clip of him bouncing up and down after he got it bit. And you would think that would be all over YouTube. That wouldn't be hard to find.
Yeah.
So that one's a new one. Thank you. I don't ever say the viewers because I don't know if they want their name on stuff or not. So there you go.
Well, the chat mentioned a good one. They said that
Go ahead.
the Limburg baby was found.
Wow, I hadn't heard that one.
That's somebody in
Yeah.
the chat just said that.
Yeah, I heard that recently, and I've always known that the Lindbergh baby was murdered.
Right, murdered and killed.
Yeah, they never
Yeah.
found it. Right?
No, she was found 3 weeks afterwards. I've known that for a year now.
What?
No.
Is that how
Yeah.
you remember it, Evan?
No,
Yeah.
I don't remember it that way. I remember the baby disappeared and was never seen again. That's what
Right.
I remember it being,
Right.
baby was murdered. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right.
And they had all
But
those
no, it was
T-shirts in
found
the
3
50s.
weeks later.
They had all those T-shirts in the 60s and 70s that said "I'm the Lindbergh baby."
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Why would that be there if they found the baby 3 weeks later?
Yeah, that was a big Mandela effect around March, April of last year.
What? I don't remember that,
Wow.
man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, we may need to rehash all these ones from last February and March because I just think of them as old Mandela effects. But the people who got affected with the Mandela effect post July of last year, I don't think they heard all those ones when I first got hit with all this. There were tons, loads and loads back in March, April of last year. We may need to resurface.
Yeah, you might need to because you've got over 100 effects, and I don't know if anyone's watched all 100. So some of the things I bring up, you're like, yeah, I got a video about that, and I'm like, oh,
And
guilty.
only
I haven't-
two of my
haven't watched it all.
118 videos do I have less thumbs up than thumbs down. Only 2 out of 118. Almost always more thumbs up, meaning they remember it like me, which is not the way it is.
Right.
I got you. That's a weird one. I don't know, but I thought, well, Vegan, you follow sports. Do you remember what I'm talking about? That
Oh, absolutely.
Fight.
Absolutely. That was one of the biggest fights in the history of the heavyweight.
Yeah.
You know, the Holyfield and Tyson meeting, and he just got out of jail. You know, I was a kid, like right there. I can see the entire fight playing out. You know, he bit him the first time, and he was warned, and they went back and they continued, and he bit him again. Now I don't remember any ear being spit out. I don't remember that. I just remember how severe the second bite was.
well, if you remember, they showed pictures of Holyfield, and he was missing like the little tip
Yeah.
up here.
Yeah, and he
That
had
part was gone.
yeah, even in the interview afterwards, he had it taped up, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. But I don't remember him spitting it out on the crowd or whatever. I don't remember that.
Is Mike?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
On the crowd.
Yeah. Or
Yeah, they couldn't find the ear. It was like missing the piece, and people said that he ate it. And I remember that.
Ugh.
And then they never found this missing
Sicko
piece
took
of
it as
ear.
a souvenir.
Well, you know, he just come out of prison, and you know, I guess that's the way you
Now
handle
they
things.
got it on eBay in a little tiny little jar.
Well, Mike Tyson was a primal guy. I mean, he owned tigers. For those who don't know, he owned tigers in his house, and he would feed them like raw chickens. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ate it as
He's a
as
pretty
a primal,
savage dude.
right?
Yeah.
As a primal souvenir of the boxing career, I
Yeah,
suppose. But
he was an idiot.
Yeah, there's some people. Beautiful Miss Young just said in the chat room, yeah, he ate it. He said, Mike said he ate it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, they never found it. You would
Talk
think that'd be a
about
pretty
negative.
famous
Mike
thing.
Tyson's a cannibal.
Wow. Well, in this reality, does he still love pigeons, or is that all gone?
I haven't looked at Mike in a while.
He still has a face tattoo, right? When did that thing appear? I forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was way after.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Speaking of pigeons, though, Dr. Karen, did
man.
you happen to see there's a rainbow pigeon now? You know, we got
No.
rainbow
Why don't
mountains
you-
and rainbow trees.
I did not. Tell me
Rainbow
about.
pigeon.
Yeah,
I never heard of that.
it's
I
got
gotta
all
see that.
various different colors. Yeah, yeah. Somebody Google that if you can get the picture.
Does anybody remember pink flamingos being able to fly 363 miles?
Yeah, I always could fly in my reality.
They were
I
like,
remember them being at the zoo. They weren't even in a pen or nothing. They just walked around, but apparently they can fly 363 miles now.
Wow.
Did they not be able to fly at all in you guys' memory?
I don't recall them being able to fly. Maybe they could, and I just wasn't aware. But
They
I
were
don't
Yeah,
like
how do
recall
chickens
them.
and
flamingos
penguins.
fly?
They can fly very well.
They
apparently.
just stood around and looked pretty.
They used
think
to
of this-
migrate down to South America and back up to Florida, but in Africa they have, they go long distances between watering holes.
Wow.
I saw videos of them flying, and I thought it was odd because as a kid I always thought they couldn't fly, but you know the zoo might have just clipped their wings and kept them all in there. I don't know, but that's there'd be like 200 flamingos. That'd be a heck of a thing to trim 200 wings. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Can I?
Before
They're
they-
always there. Yeah.
Before they had messed up the lakes in Florida with the damming systems and excavating a lot of the Everglades, there used to be hundreds of thousands of flamingos and other tropical birds that were in southern Florida, and there were old movie footage, color footage from the 40s and 50s, where they would show these flocks just flying around the sides of the peninsula and up to different lakes, and it was just one of those mind-boggling, impressive nature things. So yeah, that's, I don't know if anyone else remembers that.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask Moneybags a question?
Yeah, do it, man. Go ahead.
Did you ever do a video on the whole "Beam Me Up, Scotty" thing?
No,
About
never
Star
did
Trek?
beat me up, Scotty.
Right. Okay. Just wondering, because in this reality, Captain Kirk never said "Beam Me Up, Scotty."
Correct. Not those exact words. I've never been able to find them. I've looked into that, but never beat me up, Scotty.
Now-
Something similar to that, but
I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and ever since I've watched Star Trek, Kirk's always said I've never said that they just repackaged it and put it out on T-shirts, and everybody thought that he said it. But in my reality, he said he has never said it for the last 20 years. And it was kind of like one of those things that everybody just assumed he did, like Casablanca or something.
Right, exactly. And I'm with you. I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and he said everything from Scotty to beam up Scotty. It's but he never said beam me up Scotty. That was kind of like you said that
they stuck it on a T-shirt and it got popular in the 70s.
Yeah.
But it's become so. To me, it's become so said in culture. Everybody just assumed it was on the show. But I just remembered the actor himself because I met William Shatner, and he's like, "No, I didn't ask him that, but I mean, I saw the interviews that he was like, no, I never said that. Everybody thinks I did."
Brian, did I
He's like,
ask
"Go ahead."
you in a comment about Lucy? You got some explaining to do.
Yes, and I actually was I'm a classic television fan. I'm a Honeymooners fan. I love Lucy. I've got all the episodes. He never said, Lucy, you have some splaining to do. He always said splain. which was always hysterical because of his Cuban accent. But he never actually. That was similar to the Beam Me Up Scotty. He never actually said, Lucy, you have some splaining to do. So that was very similar to the Beam Me Up Scotty.
He did in my reality. I remember
Really?
watching it as a kid. Yeah, he'd
Oh,
come in the room. He'd say, Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
Wow.
You know?
See?
Oh,
Multiple times, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I only remember the one scene, but you know,
okay.
it wouldn't surprise me to hear it was multiple.
And then
That's
he
amazing.
would put her over his knee and spank her. Do you remember that?
He did that once, yeah.
He spanked her.
That was hysterical. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you
boy.
guys, you
What
remember
TV used to be.
when we were looking at a couple
Glad
weeks
you did.
ago about what possibly to manifest? Well, I was thinking about the next day or two after we had that conversation, and for a minute I thought, you know, we should give Mickey a tail, Mickey Mouse. And,
Put it back.
and,
he got
coincidentally, the next day he had a tail. Go
Really?
figure. Yeah, and now it's been always with the tail. So who knows?
All right. I'm gonna put out there that nobody puts baby in a corner. In a week, it'll be everybody puts baby in a corner. I'm putting that out there first. It's gonna happen now.
so real quick, where's everyone stand on if you think this is going to intensify or just kind of linger or slow down? I was curious your thoughts.
Well,
on that.
if it is related to CERN, they just announced that they are going to be increasing the power that they're going to be putting into their system from 6 TeV to 20 TeV in the first half of the year, and their goal is to go up to 100 times that amount, which is just, you're talking about the 1 TeV is a teravolts. It's what the entire Earth produces in a year's period of time, and when they turn it up, they're using that much energy like every minute. So it's just 1,000 times more powerful than the Earth itself in terms of the magnetic field it generates. So it's just mind-boggling.
I've never discounted CERN. I never said, CERN, what they're doing, slamming those particles together at the speed of light, those subatomic particles, who knows what that could do to our reality? I've never discounted CERN, but I just don't think that if it is CERN, it's malicious intent. I just think that it's maybe something happening as a result.
Serendipity.
I just never figured
They're claiming it. You know, if you've seen the videos that they put out, that one where the older guy, he did a video. What's his name? Keith, I think. No, that doesn't sound right. Anyway, he had the Mandela sign in front of him.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And the Nelson thing. So,
Because they're happy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Well, they did something that was thought impossible.
I never trust the government, but it's one of these things that is it possible that CERN, saved humanity behind the scenes and no one knew, or transferred realities, or downloaded us onto a second Earth, or
Maybe you never know.
yeah, I just don't.
We don't know. That's the whole thing with all this.
And
Well,
even if they come out with a legit excuse, I'm probably not going to believe any of it anyway.
Sure. There is a couple of these physicists that have come forward as, how the different people will release secret information about what's going on. And there's rumors from what they're saying, if it's to be believed, that they've done this research in coordination with captured aliens who were in cooperation with them for decades, and that it is combined with D-Wave, and probably D-Wave is also a byproduct. By the way, the head of, I believe it was, who's the big military producer who makes all the electronic equipment for the past 60 years in America?
Well, Sam.
Martin Marietta.
I'm spacing their name out at the moment.
There's
but
a
the point is this.
combination.
Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin Marietta, yeah.
Yeah, the former president of research, vice president of research for them, has a video interview that he did where he said that they were actually delivered and worked with alien information to reverse engineer fiber optics, laser fiber optics, as well as microchips.
Sam, I would love to capitalize on that point. Well, yeah, it is a big topic.
Wait. Before I do this, everybody in the chat room's mad that Gabrielle hasn't said anything. That we're not letting the girl, the only woman, talk.
Oh,
So if you want to chime in,
girl
chime
power.
in, and then go ahead, because I'm getting all this. I'm not letting the girls
I
talk.
don't.
You have anything you want to add to this?
No, not this time.
All right,
I'm
there you
just,
go, chat
I'm
room.
with you guys. I'm with you
There
guys
you
on everything.
Yeah.
There you
The
go.
only
Jeff.
thing I'll say one thing really quick because my phone's dying just in case. The only thing I think is some, as far as this coming in waves, I wish we had a different name for this altogether. Let me just say that. But I think that certain generations will get their wave and will recognize, and then the younger ones who are coming up will see the changes in theirs, as well as the olders will see in theirs. And so I think generationally wise, we might be seeing the waves that way, because otherwise how would somebody who is able to or needs to wake up to this will do it unless they've experienced the other half of it? They won't know any different. They won't know how to discern one reality from the other. So they'll be totally oblivious to this effect unless it comes into their generation and what they know to be what their generation's reality is. So that's all I have to say as far as the waking up aspects and waves. Maybe it's the generational.
Sure. I'm wondering if that, in fact, this is a small period of years where this experience will no longer be detectable by us or anyone else, because as they improve their technology, they may just figure out how to overwrite us too. And we'll look back and go, yeah, I used to think that, but I was wrong.
Well, yeah, and
we'll wake
possible
up one
too.
day and all this will be erased and gone.
Yeah.
Like
Possibly.
my channel.
Can I say this?
Yeah, Vegan, jump in. You've been quiet. Go ahead.
Just for the sake of Brian, if he hasn't listened to, well, you know what he said from our chat. I'm not on board with none of that. I just want you to know, and what I mean by I'm not on board, I think we haven't exhausted all means of our own reality to explain these anomalies. You know, I think we tend to make a leap into the supernatural without looking at reality a little closer, you know, and that's my only thing. Don't get me wrong, I will jump when I think it's time to jump, but I think we're premature. Like, for example, we're talking about what they're telling us. Well, they're talking to aliens, they have a D-Wave computer, there's multiple dimensions, there's this. Not a shred of evidence has been shown that any of this stuff exists. So I can't buy in on rhetoric until I see some form of evidence.
What about the exoplanets that they found through NASA?
Well, I want to see some evidence, you know. So,
why would you think that a need to know classified basis that you would have the evidence? This is my problem with all of this. Why would any of us have the need to know evidence? So we would have to base our camaraderie on speculation. Make assumptions because faith is the basis of speculation.
I don't have faith in NASA. I don't have faith in the government.
You don't have faith in the unknown?
No, I have faith in the known. I have faith in the known. The known.
You have faith in the known, but not the unknown.
But you don't know why the ME's happening, Vegan.
I'm sorry?
What's your take on why the Mandela Effect is happening?
Well, I'm not going to make up stuff. I'm gonna
honestly,
look for
do you have an opinion on why it's happening, honestly?
I have speculation just like everyone else, but I'm willing to call my stuff speculation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I call it speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just saying the word if. It's shorter.
Right. Well, you know, before I can go with an unknown, I want to discuss knowns, you know?
Well,
it's hard to stay with knowns when we're talking Mandela Effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to stay with knowns when you're talking about theory. I mean, that's how scientific probes manifest themselves, Vegan, but that's beyond the point. So I wanted to go.
Well, no.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Tell me about how the knowns are the ultimate reality.
Don't say, no, listen to what I'm saying. Don't say little caveats. You're saying.
Oh, it's not a caveat. I love caviar, but.
You said theories manifest themselves. That's not true. That is a very incorrect statement. A theory is an ideal. It doesn't manifest itself. It's in your mind.
An ideal, an idea.
Right? See, a manifestation is something that you can determine tangibly. and we're making things tangible that are theories, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Absolutely.
anything incorrect. I say let's call this thing what it is.
One of the evidences that lends credibility to the aliens working with our scientists, besides the technological leap from transistors and vacuum tubes to being able to help the world, is the fact that credible witnesses have reported seeing various UFOs disappear in front of them. Now, they didn't just go invisible, they disappeared. So that speculation leads me to conclude that they are going somewhere. If they're going somewhere, but you haven't seen them go somewhere, they've gone to possibly another place, dimension.
Interdimensional, yeah.
Yeah, and so if they had that technology, which may be hundreds or millions of years in research from their own planet's efforts, then, and they're, reverse engineering that here, it would make sense that we would see something of such an enormous technological leap from where we were to where we are. Yeah. In other words, we didn't discover it ourselves, and that's how it can be so unbelievable to us all.
And so, that's what I originally wanted to capitalize, Sam. If you look at the Industrial Revolution, if you look at the Bronze, all the ages humans have went through, the one age that is so peculiar is our age, the information, the electronic age, the age where we digitize information to the 1 and 0. That stuff really does spawn from Roswell and World War II onward. Like, if you look at the spiraling, quickening of information and the genetic evolution of the human condition, how can you sit there and deny the statistical? You talk about objective reality, vegan, but how can you deny the statistical evidence right in your face? Look at antiquity to now, okay? Stretch it out. Look at human invention, attention, intention, and they say that where attention goes, energy flows, right? So if we're always applying our attention to create intention and then discover through invention, you would find that the process of information that has accelerated exponentially since the electronic age is almost alien, because it's doubled, tripled, quadrupled our knowledge as the human organism, as an animal in Darwinian evolution. And you can you can contest Darwinian evolution. In fact, I believe in quantum evolution at a Darwinian level.
I don't need to go there.
But that's a different subject. But I want to ask you.
Well, let me comment.
Why is it quadruple? Why is it exponential?
You just said 50 things. Can I say 2? All right. All right. The reality, when we use the term reality is identified in the real world through your 5 senses. Do we all agree?
Yes.
Is that
somewhat? Yeah.
Okay. So the objective reality that we all know, that we experience every single day of our lives, we do it through sight, sound, taste, touch, and which one I leave out? Smell. All right.
Wait a minute, vegan. Wait a minute. Okay. You said, do we all agree? There's a factor here. Those senses are like a computer's sensors, but the processing is going on internally to its meaning and interpretation. So continue what you're saying, but keep in mind that your management of understanding has nothing to do with your senses. That's just the data gathering tool.
I completely disagree. Everything you think you know in your mind is because you've experienced it with your 5 senses.
Wait, so vegan, I want to...
Okay, I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We can have this discussion every week.
It does come back to this. Well, I brought Brian on. He's supposed to be refereeing and talking.
Yeah, feel free to jump in, Brian.
Brian, you're supposed to be backing me up, man.
I think everybody's doing just fine. This is a great discussion. I don't think anybody's being disrespectful.
No, they're not. They're just talking over each other.
It's because every time I try to explain my position, I got 7 people breaking in, which is fine.
Which is why I don't.
But the reality is, what I am saying is 100% testable and true. 100% testable and true. Your mind does not manufacture reality. Your connection of your 5 senses sends a signal to your mind to know reality. All right. So in conjunction with your mind and your use of your 5 senses, this is how we understand reality. And the mind only does two things. It puts things together and it takes things apart. It's deductive and it's deductive processing, but that it can't process no data. The data comes from the sense of touch, the sense of sight, the sense of hearing, the sense of smell, the sense of taste. If you take those five senses away, all your ideals go out the window.
Okay, I got it.
It goes out the window. I mean,
I'm gonna jump in. You've got it. You reiterated this last week too, and I want to let Evan.
I figure it would be fair because we're reiterating everything too. You know?
No. I don't mind. I'm not picking anything with you, man. I'm understanding, and some of these people are new and never heard this. I got it.
Right.
But I do have to move it along so people can respond. And so I want to give Evan a chance. He's been trying to jump in and talk and keeps getting cut off. Evan, take the floor for a minute.
Well, I just wanted to ask Vegan, what happens if somebody, I don't know any cases of this happening, but what if somebody lost every single one of their five senses? Would they what would you classify them as?
Someone who doesn't exist.
So,
well, we have a sixth sense.
Do you know what death is? Death is the losing of all five.
Man, what about plants? What about things that have different senses?
I'm talking about human beings.
Okay.
If you lose all five of your senses,
that's the human bias. What about feral children? What about children that have grown up with wolves? These are the anomalies.
They still have senses. They still have
senses, but the intellect reinterprets it. So if you drop a certain data or a datum point into the information pool, you can change the whole relation of the senses. This is what I was saying last week, and I hope the audience is conducive and they can reiterate some of the things I said. I was saying that the information loop is a feedback loop, because once I build something, sure, your five senses organize things, but your intellect has the capability to output. So once you get the stimuli, you reorganize it up here, Vegan. And I'm willing to have this debate, but I will say that we fundamentally disagree that our intellect it's a powerful tool. And I see it as being able to output. And once you output, you then create stimuli through the five senses that create a feedback loop. Because if I see red, white, and blue, and it comes through my five senses, my intellect reinterprets it, and then it pumps it out as purple if I wanted to. It's because I can have the human bias. And then I will teach people that red, white, and blue is purple through the human bias. This is the feedback loop. We shape our tools, and then our tools shape us.
I don't disagree with nothing you just said, but it all begins with the connection of the human, the tools that we have naturally to connect with the world outside of yourself. You can't connect with anything without your five senses. So the reason why I bring this up is because when we're discussing the phenomenon, we are leaving out what is real in our reality, and our reality is only real based on.
But there's a question of what
when
is
you're dreaming,
real.
are you using your five senses?
No, that's mind stuff. That's your mind. Your mind is.
But you're experiencing that.
You are experiencing a mental thought, but that's not reality. Your reality.
But it has to be reality because it would come through your five senses.
Let me finish. Your reality is only known in the present when you are applying your five senses. If you don't apply your five senses in that moment, you don't know reality. You're just thinking about it. You're either thinking in the past or you're thinking in the future. The mind. So
you're of the one reality school. You believe in one reality.
Presence, yes. I mean, until I see some more information to show me otherwise. I haven't seen none.
So if someone said to you, you're shifting a million times a second into multiple realities, you just shake your head and say,
that's a mental ideal to try to explain a phenomenon that we have now authenticated through our natural tools to know reality.
No, I do agree with that.
That's all it is. It's not bad. It's just that it's a mental thought. A mental thought should never get confused for something that's tangibly real. I'm just trying to distinguish. That's all I'm doing.
But there's a paradox in wisdom. You can acknowledge what is real, but at the same time, there's a paradox in the wisdom, because whatever creates real has to have this other side, has to have the binary opposition. I mean, you can't know what is real without the unreal. You can't know love without death. You can't know. That's the whole thing about this vegan. So what I'm really trying to get at is, how can you always think that everything is so absolute and everything is so linear, when in reality everything is more abstract and non-linear than we could ever imagine? It's just that it comes from the bias of the human sensorium, and the human sensorium in itself is full of these fallacies, because it goes through the human five senses, and you yourself have described and prescribed our situation as a conundrum of that the intangible and the tangible exist simultaneously, and they produce the one reality we are and we will always be, as the ancestral compilation of naturally occurring neural networks.
I agree with the intangible coexists with the tangible, because we're consciousness, and I believe we're presence, right? So the thing that the religious will call a spirit or a soul is an intangible thing to us. But we also have our world, and our world is a tangible place. And to know that tangibility, you can only know it through your five senses, in conjunction with the deductive, inductive reasoning of your mind. So what we're really talking about here is the Mandela Effect is an intangible manifestation that has occurred, and we really don't know how to size it up. So we resort to the supernatural, when I think there may be a logical explanation in the tangible world.
To break new territory, would you say that, what if you have 3 out of those 5 senses? What if you have 1 out of those 5 senses? Would you say that subjective reality is incorrect or correct? I'm
going to give you guys like 1 minute to wrap this up, because people are like, this is enough, we want to move on. So make your final point and keep it under 60 seconds. I'm going to interrupt you at 60.
That's a very good question. Nature is so wonderful that when you lose 1 sense, your other 4 get stronger. I.e., a person is blind, for example, right? His sense of hearing goes through the roof. His smell goes through the roof. His sense of touch gets better. So that's how important our 5 senses are. But what we tend to do is put all our value in our mental processes, not understanding how important our natural senses are. And, based on the question I was given earlier about the child prodigies, the child prodigies understand that. They embrace their natural senses in conjunction with the processing of their mind to be exceptional.
But vegan, what's objective if you only have 1 or 3 of your senses compared to the 5? That's my question.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, there you go.
Okay, stop. We're good. That's it. Time's over. That was a good debate. I appreciate that. Brian, is it okay? We all right?
Brian.
I'm falling asleep because I'm way past my bedtime.
I'm sorry.
I was traveling the last few days, and I don't sleep when I'm away, so I'm struggling to stay awake. I apologize.
All right, I'm going to throw one interesting idea out there that someone had talked about a few times in the chat room, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't know if they want it said, but it was a really interesting idea about how the map's moving around. And there's some theories of, okay, why are these continents moving where they're supposed to be moving? And someone went on one of those websites where you can go back in time. And they said that when they go back 50 million years, like the old reality becomes this new reality. So if you start with like the old reality and go back 50 million years, that Australia moves where it is now. And that South America comes out and moves. That if you track back, like Pangea and bring it back, that the reality somehow it matches 50 million years ago now. So I'm curious if someone will continue that line of thought and thinking and see if some reason we went back in time with this Earth. I don't know. But it matches what the projection, the models are. The second theory, which was interesting, is someone also said it's going the other way, that Pangea is starting to form again. It went out, and now it's coming back in, and stuff's moving. I don't know, but I wanted to throw it out to the panel to see if they had any thoughts on it. And we're going to let our only woman talk for a minute because everybody's getting mad that she doesn't get any airtime. So
I think
Gabrielle,
it's a total reboot. It's a reboot.
Go ahead and
that's
explain.
It's a reboot. I think
The
that,
map is?
Yeah, just all of this is. I think it's a progression. I noticed that once it came into my life, what was already there was enhanced. I've been experiencing things like vegan saying with the 5 senses and everything. While I go into the 6th, 7th, and 8th senses I've mentioned before, out of body experiences. I just had a really weird experience that was supernatural, that was witnessed by my 5 senses. So there became my reality. Really quick, because my phone's going to die. As far as the maps go, why I'm saying it's a reboot is because the matrix itself has been hacked or has a glitch, and like someone had said earlier, I don't remember who it was, that it's like it doesn't know where to put everything, so it's just kind of jumbled. And until they fix it and straighten it out, and then maybe we won't even realize that it's all been straightened out. Okay, fine. But for really quick, because my phone is dying, and forgive me, I just want this little piece because of vegans discussing the 5 senses. I needed my granddaughter's stroller. We were going out. I needed her stroller. My back was hurting. I didn't want to carry her. My husband has 1 key to the garage. I looked at outside the window, garage, the handle was horizontal. It means it's locked. When that happened, I was like, oh crap, I'm going to have to carry her. I even went as far as opening the door a second time and double checking to make sure I saw that that was locked. I was mad. I was storming around. I was like, oh, not today of all days, blah, blah, blah. I really wish, and I was saying this from my heart, that I had that key to go and have that door open so I can get her stroller. Well, you want to know something? And I swear to God, when I went to finally take her and everything out to the car, it was then vertical, and that garage door was unlocked. And I did not go into that door because it freaked me out so bad that I looked twice and was so passionately upset about it that when I was like, I really wished I had, when I was going around saying it, my thought, the intent, whatever, the energy followed that intent, and it opened. Now, did I jump a timeline? Did something glitch in my own reality? Did I create that? Did somebody of a higher power, what was that? But that was experienced through my senses, through my sight, through my, seeing it, and having then the thought and the emotion over it. So you want to talk about senses and it being your reality, yet it's not of just the senses, because we have supernatural things are happening around it that we'll get to a point eventually that those 5 senses will start picking up on it without it even being 6 sense anymore. Does that make sense? But it freaked me out so bad that I didn't even go into that garage. I was like, no way. So
wow.
That's my thought on it tripped me out completely. Like bad. I mean, I've been having experiences and stuff, but that was one of the most strongest, like manifesting. And I think it really had to do with coming really, really, truly intently from my heart, wishing that I didn't have to go through the bother of carrying this 2-year-old in my back being in a spasm.
Wow.
So yeah, that's what I have to say. It's a whole bunch of things, people, man. It's a whole bunch of things going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one there, man. How are you handling it? Are you like, what happens when you see something change in real life right in front of you like that?
Like that, I was like, not to be fresh, but I was like, I'm not going by that garage. I don't know why or what or how. I didn't know if I was going. I didn't know what the results would be if I would have lifted that garage. It freaked me out to the point where I was like, oh no, hell no. I am not touching that garage door that was just locked.
I think in time we're going to embrace those things. Yeah. I think in time you'll be embracing that.
Yes. Because I've had other things
see where it would be scary
that I've been okay with. Yeah. But it wasn't so much as it scared me. It was like, who, and what, and F you. Because you're not showing yourself, you're not telling me, but you obviously heard me. Now, was that my higher power, God giving me a grace here? You know, let's give her a throw her a bone. She's having a bad day.
Can I ask you a question?
But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
And if my phone dies, I'm sorry.
Okay, when you first noticed that the door was locked, were you angry? Were you like raging like you described? Were you upset?
No, not at first. I was just curious. Oh man, I hope my husband left it, because he always leaves it open. Okay. I was like, oh man, right. I hope he left it open because, you know, of all days I needed it. I hope he left it open. So I kind of peered out the one window. I was like, oh man, no way. And then I walked out the back door, opened it, and actually popped my head through the door, and then saw that it was locked, and was like, oh man. And that's when that's where the emotions started stirring of, oh crap, you know, like, and I went through the whole scenario.
All right.
Actually, could I bring up something? It kind of goes away from this topic a little bit.
And whoever's got the microwave going and pizza rolls and stuff, it's
a lot of microwave activity today.
Yeah, it's really
that's
distracting
on our end.
Yeah, can you quiet that down, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for letting me share, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Gabby. Sorry.
That was great.
It's okay.
That was a great story.
It's a progression. We're all going to have our progressions.
Plug that phone in, girl. All right, go ahead.
For the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I wanted to bring up was, like, I know after me and my dad left on the last chat last Thursday, you guys kind of got into time speeding up.
Yeah.
And that is something that is really affecting me currently, because I just stared up at the time and an hour and a half just sped by just like that, and I didn't really even realize it. And it's kind of scary, to be honest. So I actually wanted to ask Mr. Haggerty of his opinion there.
About that experience? Yeah, I mean, I've had.
Have you seen time speed up, Brian?
Not necessarily speed up, but I mean, I've had so many countless unexplained experiences that you know, the story that Ask Lucid was just sharing is something I can be familiar with. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all can.
We talked about it last week on the show. What in case you missed it, I was talking about how I have this fancy rice cooker that like has all these sensors in it, and it makes the perfect rice.
Yeah.
It's like a really expensive rice cooker, and it's always taken an hour to make the rice, and now all of a sudden it takes 40 minutes. So unless the laws of physics have changed in my house, why is that happening?
Yeah, like, I don't think like time is going any faster. I just think that our perception of it might be going faster for some people.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't exist in the first place.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
Yes, our perception's going faster. Why? I mean, so many people come into the chat rooms and talk about it, and there's like, why is it speeding up? It seems to have sped up by about like 20%, and I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
Well, look at it this way too. Like, think about when you meet someone or you're with a good friend and you get into a phenomenal conversation, and you're so absorbed in the conversation, and the next thing you know, you're like, oh my God, 2.5, 3 hours have gone by. Where did the time go? Yet you could then be in a conversation with somebody where you want to like do the Archie Bunker. And you know, after like 20 minutes seems like 5 hours. So you know, it's all about perception. It's all about how much we're interested in that. I think we lose track of time and perception of time based upon our interest in what it is we're doing.
Like I feel time goes a lot faster when I'm in a boring class. I feel like it goes a lot slower when I'm in a boring class at school. Yeah,
absolutely.
You're all about building neural connections. You know, does 2 + 2 = 4? Yeah, it'd be equals 4. And if you know it equals 4, well, you're going to be bored. So when you hear it equals 5, you might pay more attention. But then you're going to be like, well, it's bullshit. So the whole point is neural connections. Like Brian was saying, if you hear something you've heard, you're going to tune it out because you're like, I've heard that. So perception all depends on your neural engagement.
I had some interesting things happen recently I wanted to bring up real quick. I started a new position at an event company, and I walked in one day and I was wondering myself, do they ever have any barbecues here or anything like that? Well, believe it or not, the next day I walked in and they had a big barbecue all set up and everyone was eating and I walked right into it. And I was just like, wow, that was cool. A few days later, there's this one table that people use and it looked like no one had cleaned it for 6 months. And so I'm standing there going, someone needs to clean this table. Well, what do you know? If I walk in the next day and someone's right there cleaning the table, just as I was thinking needs to happen. I mean, this is like really starting to happen more frequently now. I mean,
Dr. Terry, can I ask people about serendipity?
Yeah, man, go ahead. End of the show, you guys can take over and start talking. That's good.
It's just so incredible that so many people always keep bringing up, like, we keep on asking about these mathematical probabilities, like, oh, you know, if somebody asks about this, does 2 + 2 = 4? Does 2 + 2 = 5? Well, obviously, like I said, it doesn't equal 5, it equals 4. So your attention differentiates. But what is so peculiar about the universe is the way that we get these answers to the equations. Like, what I mean about serendipity or synchronicity is we all know 2 + 2 = 4. But something on the other end of the spectrum, the way Moneybags was describing, like, this is what I wanted to have done, and the next day it was done. He knew that 2 + 2 = 4, but the universe said, look at Moneybags, this equals 4. And he goes, oh my God, the universe answered me. And I feel as if Brian was kind of touching on that during his first hour about serendipity, about the universe answering all of our subconscious and conscious equations, if you will. What do you guys feel about serendipity, or how do you guys feel about serendipity? And do you think that the universe mathematically is more profound than you could fathom intellectually, in that your 5 senses pick up upon the equations as they come to you, but you have to pay attention through attention and intention? I would love to field this to Brian first, because obviously he has some reason behind this. Do you think attention and intention play a big part upon this synchronistic event?
I think reception does. I mean, what I'll tell you is, here's what I've discovered. And this is my experience. In my business and in my life, what I've learned to do is I've learned to ask spirit, the universe, God, whatever you want to call it, when I'm trying to make a decision, when I'm trying to get information. I do a lot of writing. I'm a columnist. I've written the books. I do a lot of things. And what I've learned to do is ask the universe my question and give me, I need this story, I need this idea, I need the proper wording, I need to figure it out. And because I've trusted that when I ask for this, that I'm going to receive it, I do. And in fact, talk about Dr. Lupo mentioned the name of one of my programs in school, the Please program. I remember one day I said, what am I going to name this program? And all of a sudden it hit me, Please. But Please is an acronym. It stands for People, Life, and Experiential Awareness Skills Education. Now, I didn't come up with that. It came to me in a flash of insight. I then made another program, which I'm coming out with. It's a commercial program. It's a different program. It's for adults. It's basically the Please program for adults. And I said, what do I name this program? And it came to me in a flash of insight. CLASS, CLASS, Communication, Language, and Social Skills. Now, I know I did not come up with those ideas. In fact, I don't come up with any ideas. I know that I'm one with spirit. I'm a focus point of spirit. I'm humble enough to know that, hey, I know nothing. I'm a stupid little idiot thing here. But I want to just I trust the information that I'm going to ask, and I will receive it. And I do. That's why when a business decision comes up, I've learned how to trust my intuition. As soon as I ask, I know immediately whether we do it or not. And since I've started to learn how to trust intuition, to trust spirit, consciousness, intelligence, God, whatever you want to call it, since I've learned to do those things and have done those things, it's never served me wrong. And I try to serve the whole and it with my intentions. So, I mean, that's just my experience. I have no explanation for it other than it is what it is. I trust it, and it's served me well. So.
That's a great answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Christian explanation for what you were just saying, Brian, is that is a relationship with God. You've asked him, he answered.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And I think everybody should give that a try. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, we're all a part of something. Something created us. We're from something. We are one with it. We are of it. It is us. We are it. So if we just trusted it, it will never let us down. And that's something I've learned. And even yesterday, I just got back from Florida. That's why I'm exhausted right now. I apologize if I'm falling apart. I'm never usually up this late. And when I travel, I don't sleep well when I'm not in my own bed. By the way, though, I bring my MyPillow with me. There's a plug for MyPillow. Greatest thing I ever bought. Helps me well. I fluff it up and I take that with me. I shrink it up with a vacuum and put it in a plastic bag and travel with it everywhere I go. So, and I was down with my business partner. He's down in Miami, Florida. So we were trying to come up with something with one of the products we're creating. And there was just something missing. And I said, Chris, there's something missing here. I said, let me just ask. And I just went silent. And in my mind, I said, what are we missing? And whoo, the answer came, and I channeled it almost. I said, this is it. And I spoke it to him. I explained it. I was pacing all around, just channeling this information. Like, yeah, that's it. I said, isn't that awesome? It's not me. I'm stupid. I don't come up with anything. But I channel and I'm thankful and appreciate the fact that we all have access to everything, to all that is, ever was, ever will be. Time is circular. It's infinite, and everything that ever was, ever will be, every possible combination of things is there. And if we tap into that, I mean, therein lies I believe, the answer for each and every one of our individual questions and concerns and issues, and just tap into it. It is there. Look, that's my experience. I can only share my experience.
Have you been listening to Bashar, Brian?
Well, it's funny. I was actually into Abraham Hicks in the last 10 years. And I did. Yeah, I have found Bashar, by the way, about 6 months ago. Love him, by the way. Love him.
I don't know who Bashar is. I don't know who any of these people are.
Oh, you need to listen to Bashar.
Yeah, you got to check him out. You really
blow your mind.
Yeah.
All right.
And so Bashar for me was actually, like, I heard that. I'm like, yep, you know what? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So the more I've just given up and trusted it blindly, like a child, if you have the faith of a child, and I've just given that a try. And, the more you reduce your own ego, because I don't know anything. I just keep reducing my ego and just trusting things, knowing that, hey, I'm just a student of life. I'm just this little point of consciousness, but I'm going to trust these principles that are non-judgmental. They don't hurt anybody. They're just there for us, and trust them, and they seem to work. At least that's my experience. So.
Yeah, I want to comment, because I've said this a few times in the show, that the worst time I ever had in my life is when I stopped trusting the universe. That as soon as I started making decisions for myself out of my logical mind and stopped having faith, things went really bad. When I run my life, stuff goes bad. So I am much more, because I remember when Kate and me started dating, she was like, man, things just work out for you. And I'm like, I just trust the universe. It's like, I've never seen someone so lucky, or someone that is never stressed about stuff. And I'm like, the universe has never failed. It's always come through when I needed it. If you trust it, as soon as you stop trusting it and you get scared and let fear creep in, it stops working.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
And like you said, Christians and God and all that, they understand this too. And when you stop trusting God, bad stuff starts creeping in.
Yeah, they just have a different way of wording it and thinking about it.
Same idea, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Evan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Abraham Hicks information. I read Law of Attraction back in 2005.
Yeah.
So I've been on that path, and I think that's definitely the path that people need to look into. I'm sure there's people look at it and go, this is just a bunch of bull, because they don't believe in it. So it's not going to work for them. It's not going to work in their reality. But if you trust in it, I agree with you 100%, Brian. That if you trust in your intuition, that's the another sense that I think more and more people are going to be tying into as we move on in time here.
Well, it's funny, Evan, because when I first, one of my lifelong friend who lives in California, by the way, he put me onto Abraham Hicks originally around that time. And I remember saying, you know, I have no idea if this stuff is legit or not, but all I could tell you is everything that she, you know, Esther Hicks, is saying makes complete sense to me. Like it was on point. It sounded perfect. There was nothing I could find fault with it. So I said, whether or not she's making this up or whether or not there's a part of her mind or her subconscious mind that is bringing this forth, I said, I have no problem with anything she's saying. Now, of course, I see it differently. And Bashar, I find to be like Abraham, the next level of Abraham Hicks.
Abraham Hicks on steroids.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have to keep an ear out for that because some of us don't know these things. I'll have to.
You got to check them out.
Behind the times. I know it's crazy how many things I just get from above in a sense that people are like, oh, you sound just like this guy, or you need to watch this video, and or you sound like this dude, and I don't know any of these people. I feel kind of dumb that I'm not educated in that, but the flip side is I think it's some sort of universal truth that comes through that so many people are saying the same stuff. Yep. No one's ever told me this stuff, man. You kind of just know it. And
there is a guy who's got a really awesome level of understanding that kind of takes it to the next level of how do you live within this field, this way of interacting with God? How do you take dominion over the influence field? Lance Wallnau, Walnau, has got quite a few videos on YouTube, especially for the Christian community to look him up, because there's so many preachers out there who are socially trying to be popular, but this sort of thing is where the real reality of spiritual life helps us to mature in our understanding of that. So I would encourage people to check him out.
Yep. I want to jump in for a few minutes before I let everybody have the last word here. We're going to actually try to end the show on time. We actually started on time. It's like a new thing. So here's the thing. I have a big guest next week that everybody's been asking for a long time. Cynthia Larson's coming on. Cynthia Larson.
Right. Cool.
That should be a pretty cool conversation. She is definitely OG in a sense that one of the OG, she was talking about
jumpers.
Yeah, she was talking about stuff that's happening in the Mandela Effect. Like 15 years ago, before anyone was really talking about it. Quantum. So she's got some serious street cred in our world. That should be a really interesting, and a lot of people are very excited that she's coming next week. Also, there's some other shows coming up. The international show was a pretty big hit, and it was considered. I had so many people say it was one of my best shows I ever did. I thought it was really neat to see what was going on in the rest of the world.
That was a great show.
And a lot of people were like, oh, that's cool to see all these new people. So I'm probably going to do one of those once a month. But the deal is with international is they have to do it on a Saturday, and they usually have to do it kind of early. So like 10 or 11, because their big complaint is they can't get on. But we had a pretty good turnout. A few thousand people showed up on that to watch. So I guess the time didn't really affect that many people. Another one is I've had over and over a lot of Christians say, we've only done kind of like one show on scripture changes. And we're also considering doing the same thing, because there's a lot of Christians that ask me to do it on a Saturday so they can participate. So I think another Saturday, we're probably going to do a show that is just straight up everything Bible scripture. I'm bringing on a whole panel that is just, some people from the chat rooms. And if you want to participate, feel free to contact me too. But I've had so many people that are like, please, will you just talk about this again? So I'm going to listen to you and give you what you want. But I'm thinking it might be a Saturday if you guys are open to it. I would prefer to do that, because I've just had a lot of emails saying, it's really hard to stay up this late. So maybe Saturday in the day we could do that. I think the Bible changes are one of the absolute craziest things about the Mandela Effect, and probably one of the things that absolutely shake people that we don't talk about enough, because it's one of the things where to me it's absolute proof some of these people have Bibles that are 200 and 300 years old that all of a sudden they open one day and the words have changed that their whole families have read. So this isn't like, I always feel like the internet with the digital stuff could be easily screwed with. This is like family Bibles that people have passed around for generations and they've read it every day of their life.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden they open it up and it's different. So that's like Vegan saying, he's like, show me the proof, show me the proof.
Mm-hmm.
That one's a really big proof.
Yep.
That also tends to imply that there are humans involved in what changes are occurring, because why would angels or aliens make an effort to by themselves?
But what was international on my international show, I brought it up, and some people were reading Bibles in other languages, and it changed in theirs too. Someone was reading a Swedish version, and it changed. So it's happening in other languages to the Bible. But yeah, Vegan was talking about that. He's like, that's. You want to say something on that, Vegan?
Yeah, I mean, that's a phenomenon that is like this. This blows my mind, because I grew up religious, but I went atheist, and now I'm more of a spiritually focused individual. But the one thing I can tell you, I can't speak for everybody, but a lot of religious people know their texts. I mean, you can't argue that. You have pastors on the internet crying about how the words that the book that he preaches from every single sermon, the ideas as well as some of the verbiage has changed literally, and he's telling his congregation this in a Sunday sermon or whatever. I mean, honestly, the Christian Bible has been under attack, and I'm not even Christian, and I see it. So yeah, I think it should be a highlighted. Something that should be highlighted, because to your point, it's very tangible. But when I talk about tangibility, I'm talking about explaining how it's happening. That's where the intangible is in my view. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of the ones that I put the most credibility in, that people are telling me, these 100-year-old Bibles are changing, and they're talking about stuff that wasn't around 100 years ago. Right.
Like the Lord's Prayer changing. That's crazy. It's different. Now, for some people, it's right, but I remember it completely different.
Right. I mean, and they say that depending on which version you have, the Lord's Prayer is different for some aspects of Christianity than the other, and that wasn't a big, huge change. But I'm talking about like the books where Jacob Israel came on, and he was like, okay, they talk about the word. All of a sudden, this 300-year-old book is talking about couches and aliens and and sofas and stuff,
and bottles.
And, like you have this beautiful old English.
Unicorns.
Unicorns. Beautiful old English in this 300-year-old book, and all of a sudden
check this stuff out. I'm not even like up on this stuff. I know about the lion and the wolf changing.
Huge, Brian.
Brian, man, the Christians. You should go by the Christian chat room we have. They are freaking out because they feel like the Bible's under attack at this point. It's changing like daily.
I mean, the lion and the lamb and the wolf and I knew, but you're telling me these other things. Where do I find this stuff?
What did I show on here? There was something like 12 mentions of aliens now in the Bible.
Right.
The word alien that was never in. I mean, you're talking about a 300-year-old Bible. They're talking about the word couch, and couch wasn't even a word until about 150 years ago. So. Right.
How is that like the word stuff, like grab thy stuff?
Right.
Yeah, like double stuffed Oreos? Who uses stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so there is obviously some.
What version Bible is this, though? King James, New International Version?
King
James.
Yeah.
If you can, look in the chat right now, and there's some guys in there that are from the Christian chat room talking about it. You'll see.
Right.
And also, it's a good place. By the way, if you haven't heard, we've moved our chat over to Discord. We're not using Hangouts or Telegram. We finally shopped around and found one. If you guys are listening, that some of my moderators, I cannot click out of here in the live stream. It screws it up. So if you could drop the Discord links at the end of the show, I'd appreciate it. I think they might even be in the description right now. Yeah, they're in the description. If you look under the story, you'll see them in the description. But we've got about 10 minutes of show left, so don't go over there yet. We won't be there. I want to give everybody a last word. No, go ahead.
I just want to say, Brian, did you mention earlier in this live chat here, judge not lest ye be judged? I thought I heard you say that, Brian.
Yes, I did.
I thought you threw that in there because you knew it was a Mandela effect.
No, I said that's because that's the scripture I've always known. And what are you going to tell me now?
No, the King James Version is judge not that ye be not judged. That is in the King James, yes. So that's a Mandela effect for you.
I don't know. My whole life it's judge not lest ye be judged.
Exactly.
Yeah,
me
that's
too.
the way I remember it.
Never was. So that's
okay.
Yeah, look into that, Brian.
Yeah, Christians in the chat room, could you chime in on that one, please? Oh yeah, someone's talking about bottles, that they keep talking about bottles in the Bible instead of wineskins.
Yeah.
That one really bothered them.
Corn.
Bottles.
Yeah, I don't think they had bottles back then, did they? They had glass bottles. Jugs, yeah.
Not till the 13th century.
I thought they were using wineskins.
Yeah,
they were.
Oh my God.
Right.
Yeah, bottles. They're in there now.
Evan, if you could send me a link. Evan, you and I have to swap email addresses.
You can type in Moneybag73, judge not lest ye be judged, and my video will come up. Yeah, I did a video on that.
Well,
I got people with tattoos saying "judge not lest ye be judged" and all this. Never happened. It's not. It's not in the King James.
right.
It's just it's one of those confabulations.
What about John 3:3? Has that changed? Or John 3:16?
Would you tell us what it said?
Except the man be born again. Except the man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God.
I do not believe 3:3 changed. No.
Yeah,
I didn't hear about that one.
Chat room, can you answer that one for us? Because we've got some guys over from the Christian chat room. I'll let you know when that answer comes up.
Yeah, I know, because of the delay. Yeah, I'm trying to look at it now.
You can read it. They'll answer. There's a couple guys in there that really know their scripture.
Throw thy bottles in the trash.
Is there really one in there? I'm not. I don't mean to be laughing.
We're supposed to be recycling.
Some of these are so ridiculous. It's like what?
Yeah. I did a video on the Lion and the Lamb, sort of focusing on Martin Luther King. You know, it says, does Dr. Martin Luther King not know his Bible? And then I put under it unthinkable. And then we show a speech of Dr. Martin Luther King talking about the lion shall lay down with the lamb.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
That's a really good video. That's a good find.
Yeah.
I got to get into this stuff. Please, folks, send me links so I can start studying this.
I'll send you some stuff, Brian. I've been into the Bible church for a year now.
Oh, thank you.
I'll send you some stuff.
I used to be an avid reader of the Bible, 25 years ago, up till maybe around 2000. I used to go to the church. I was always in church. I was, before so that's some amazing speechless things. I could say that.
Brian, you can always swing by the Discord room. There's guys that know the.
Where is that?
There's a link under this video. If you look at the live feed right now and you'll slide down, what it is if you guys don't know what the Discord room, it's a chat room. It's kind of like an old school chat room, but you can also have voice in there, so we can sit and have like a old school party call, like a party line. And I have a whole video on how to use it. It's not that intimidating at all. And that community has blown up. I think we're close to like 200 people in about a week. That's huge for a chat community.
Yeah.
And there's a separate one. There's one that the Christians wanted to run their own one, and they kind of pop over to ours. We pop over to theirs. And there's some really interesting talks. And I get, because some people are too nervous to come here and talk. They don't want to come in with thousands of people watching. Instead, what they'd rather do is, go to kind of like a private chat room and talk about it. And I get some amazing stories in there that ends up, usually I talk about some of the more interesting things on the show, like the guy that saw his dead ex-girlfriend pumping gas. That was a weird one to me, man. And yeah. They're all making fun of me in the chat room for my old age, calling it a party line. All right.
I don't even know what that is.
They don't even,
a party line. All right. A party line for Evan's son. There was this thing back when you used to have to pay for phones, and it was really hard to.
And they were hardwired into the wall.
They were hardwired to the wall.
And they had a rotary.
There was this thing called a busy signal. When you called someone's house and they were on the line, it would just give you this busy signal. And if you had a real talky person, man, you'd end up waiting like 3 or 4 hours before their line cleared. It was so annoying. So eventually, they came out with this thing called a party line, which meant that 3 or 4 of us could call onto this phone number at the same time, and we could all hear each other at the same time. So now they just call them like, what you do on Xbox. But back then it was pretty revolutionary. They're making fun of me on my old. Well, Brian dropped old jokes from from 70s TV shows. I'm allowed to drop that. I talk about every few shows. I talk about Fantasy Islands.
They're playing.
Oh, is it Moneybags? You want to correct him?
I know. Actually, I know money. I saw your video. Evan.
You did? Okay.
I did, and I gotta tell you,
boss.
That one messes me up.
No boss for you, Brian?
In my reality, growing up, I couldn't wait every Saturday night to watch The Love Boat followed by Fantasy Island. I had to get special dispensation to stay up late, and it was always they play, not the boss. He always scored, hey boss, but it was always.
He didn't say, hey boss, to play. Look, I got my Fantasy Island lunchbox. You tell me who's a fan here. Come on now.
So what was it for you, Aaron?
It
Boss,
was
the plane,
but I kind of forgot about it until you made that video. I was like, oh yeah, it didn't bother me because I hadn't seen it in so long.
Now, did the Watchtower part change for you? Because after I made the video, someone said he used to tug on his like coat or something and say, "Boss, the plane, the plane." It was a whole different intro to that show.
They changed it a few times during the seasons. So
they changed it after the first season. In the first season, he said the play, but it was like it sounded weird. But in the second season, that's when you saw the waterfalls, and they actually changed the orchestration of it. I'm a musician, so I picked up on this stuff. And so then in the second one, ding, 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 that plane. That's exactly how I remember it, and that's what it is today. So that's my reality.
Yeah, but originally it was him going, "Hey boss, the plane," and I remember him saying, "Hey boss." But then it changed in another season. I think season 2, it just went to the plane.
I don't remember.
The thing about this is that you're both right.
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's why it's funny because nobody's wrong anymore.
No one's wrong.
That is your reality, so that
my son even pulls that on me. I think I mentioned that last week. He says, "Well, that was in another reality, Dad."
Right.
That's so convenient.
You asked me to take out the trash in another reality.
Evan, man,
I did take out the trash, but that was in another reality.
Yeah.
Evan Jr., you got the best trump card. You can get in no trouble at this point. You can just blame everything on the other reality. It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Like, what? No, Dad, I didn't get an allowance. That was the other reality. No, again. I would have abused that at your age. Oh my God.
No, I think he's smarter than that, though.
I only let him take the Mandela Effect so far.
Yeah, your dad's hip to it, unfortunately. He's hip to it. So, but anytime you guys want to talk about 1970s culture, I always will talk about it. I love
that.
70s and 80s
My
stuff.
childhood, yeah.
Any old show, man, I'll just sit here and go on about.
Do you remember the Brady Bunch variety show?
Oh God, yeah.
It was not so good.
It never existed. It never existed in my reality. There was no Brady Bunch hour. I
never heard of it in my life.
You don't remember the Variety Hour?
It didn't exist.
No, you probably didn't see it.
What? No, I saw it as a kid.
There were only like what? How many? There were only like what? 7.
I was a huge
episodes?
Brady fan.
One season.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It was.
I remember it, and what's funny is you can watch it all on YouTube now. So yeah, I'm curious how far these changes go back because we were finding stuff like in Laurel and Hardy movies, and black and white.
I'm a big Laurel and Hardy fan. What did you find there?
The famous catchphrase. What do you remember? Their famous catchphrase. Laurel
Here's
and
another
Hardy.
fine mess you've gotten us into, Stanley. Right?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not what. No, there's no fine mess, Brian.
And it's not.
What?
you've gotten me into.
It's another nice mess you've gotten me into. I guess.
Nice mess.
Yes, nice mess.
Even though the movie,
Even though they have a movie
Wait,
named
whoa.
Fine Mess.
Hold on. Let me qualify myself. I belong to the International Laurel and Hardy Association called the Sons of the Desert. I belong to the local tent called the Flying Deuces. We get together once a month. I'm the youngest guy by 20 years in this organization. We watch Laurel and Hardy's constantly, and you're telling me is another fine mess you've gotten me into. He doesn't say that, fine mess?
I'm sorry, that's a misattribution of memory, Brian. I'm joking, but no,
serious.
No, I'm dead serious.
Nice mess.
This is another nice mess you've gotten me into. That's the famous catchphrase.
What's funny is the name of the title of the movie is Another Fine Mess.
Fine mess.
The title of the movie, they never say it in the movie. I mean, what is that about?
Wait, one old show that I really like. I was wondering if maybe like you stumbled upon like a Mandela Effect is Full House. I love Full House so much.
I was never into it. But
I think maybe now it's funny.
I think there was a Full House.
What?
I'll look for that.
Wait, what?
I said maybe now it's funny. I don't know.
He didn't think it was funny.
All right. I'm sorry to pick on Full House. It was
sorry, I know.
How about the
Bob
classic,
Saget.
the classic Casablanca line? Brian, do you remember that? From the movie?
well,
Humphrey Bogart?
Well, he didn't say play it against Sam in the movie.
He did in my reality.
Really?
Yes.
He really did. Okay, because my dad is, a huge Casablanca fan, and he was like, no, everybody thinks they said it, but he never said it. It was
he did. He turned around. He looked sad instead of following the girl out of the bar, kind of the way he did in this one, as he was walking out, he just turned at the bar and he looked over at the piano player and he said, "Just play it again, Sam," or just play it again, Sam. After the piano player had asked him, "Well, what are we going to do now?" So, and another one is Tarzan and the Tarzan movies. What is Tarzan's famous line?
Me, Tarzan, you, Jane.
Yeah, it never was said here.
No.
The Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan movies?
Great.
All right,
Do you know
so
this? Okay.
I've got to say, I cried wolf on something really dumb, and I have to come on this since it was about Tarzan. So there's an old game, and I don't know how much you guys know about 80s video games, but I'm kind of like a retro video game guy. And it was one of the very first side scrollers. It was called Jungle Hunt. And in it, you're Tarzan, and you start the game, and it's like, and you swing from vine to vine, and then you like dive in the water, and you fight alligators, and you try to save your girlfriend from getting eaten by cannibals. Now, this game is like 1982, and it was like 3 or 4 years before Mario ever came around, where there was side-scrolling. So I remember this game because I played it so much as a kid, where he came on and he made these Tarzan noises. And then I went and played it the other day at Fun Spot, and he didn't make the noises. And I was like, Kate, man, something's going on with this Mandela thing. I was like, man, I played this. I know he makes Tarzan noises in this game. And so I finally get online, and I find a YouTube clip of this game. And lo and behold, the dude's dressed like Tarzan, and he's yelling and all this stuff. So I'm about ready to, I'm like, oh, man, I just found a Mandela Effect. I can't believe no one, in this old video game. And then I read the history and I find out that Jungle Hunt used to be something called Jungle King, which when it first came out, the Japanese people that made it didn't care about copyright and never contacted the people that own the rights to Tarzan and just made a Tarzan game. And then they got in a bunch of trouble and they had to try to find as many of these games as they could and swap it out. And they changed the character. And so I thought this whole time I was remembering something, and it was just because some sort of BS copyright thing from the 80s that there's 2 versions of this game, Jungle King and Jungle Hunt. And so I got to the point where I can't enjoy anything without thinking there's a Mandela Effect. I can't go to an old arcade and play a game without sitting here thinking about it. There's another one about Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom game where you're running down I don't know if you guys remember this. You're whipping all these thuggies as you're playing, and you're going down these tracks. They're like you're in a coal, the thing that carries coal down a railroad track. And
what console were these on?
These are the arcade games, the original.
These are the
arcade
originals.
See, I live next to something called Fun Spot, which is the largest arcade in the world, and it still has a museum of 600 games that you can go play for a quarter. Still, they still.
Oh
run.
wow!
So I go. Me and Kate go up there as like a date night every few weeks, and we go play these games that are 40, 50 years old. Some of these things, and so we go play these things and. So I was looking at the Indiana Jones game, and when you crash the cart at the end, he always goes, well, I guess we're going to walk from here. And it's not there in the game anymore. It's like the most iconic thing. He's like, we walk from here. And so all I can do now is I can't enjoy these games because I'm constantly looking for Mandela stuff. I don't know if you guys, have you seen that? Have you guys watched movies and you're just not even paying attention to the movie? You're like watching the background at the maps walking by, or you're pausing shows, it's ruined entertainment for me. I can't enjoy it.
Have you watched the series Lost?
I watched it about a year ago. I rewatched it.
Yeah. Did you notice some differences? The islands are different.
I wasn't paying attention back then for Mandela stuff. What's different?
Well, the islands are different. Some of the storyline is told in season 3, where it's unfolding about the Mandela Effect island idea.
Oh.
And so, yeah, that's kind of interesting. And then there's times when the whole way that there's scenes included in it that were never in there before. One of the ones that comes to mind is where he has a flashback where he steals the baby. His daughter, wasn't his daughter. I don't want to be a spoiler alert for people who are interested in watching it, but the French.
It's okay. It's like 12 years old now or something.
Okay.
So, it's fair game.
The French woman's daughter, who he stole as a child, and he was always such a villain for doing that. Well, there was never a scene in the series that ever indicated him, showed him taking that and why he took it, and now there is. So that's one little example, but there are others like that. So yeah, it's interesting.
Now, is it like they're just replaying an extended version you hadn't seen? Is it going to be like Jungle King to me, or is it a real deal that you think these are all new scenes that weren't in there? I'm curious what the chat room also thinks of that.
Yeah, well, it's hard for me to say that they didn't change it a little bit when they put it on DVD, but I watched it on Netflix originally, and they used to play the same series. Everything on the rest of that story was the same, but then they had this like a 1.5 or 2-minute clip of when he actually showed him stealing the baby with Ethan with him. You remember Ethan, the doctor? Yeah, he was only about 13, and he's stealing the baby and taking it from her. And what they made clear was that the reason he took the baby was all the babies died on the island from the effect.
Yeah, that's right. That was the only kid that survived. I remember that. Yeah,
and so the point is that in the case of Alex, it suddenly made you look at Benjamin Linus differently, because what he was trying to do was to be helpful, but he couldn't explain it to this jungle crazed young woman about her baby. I mean, at least that's the way they told the story. And so you suddenly had a different viewpoint of Ben added to his character that you never had before. So yeah. And there's a couple other details of things that makes it worth going back and watching. But if you remember the scenes about when the island was there and it was disappearing, or you remember the scenes where they approached the island from different points when they were doing it, it's a different, the island of Hawaii being different, looks different in the show.
Very interesting. All right, you guys, your assignment is to go watch all of Lost this weekend and get back to us by next show.
Yeah, that's doable.
And,
I'm going to watch Laurel and Hardy tonight, but even though I can barely stay awake, I have to see this.
I'm going to go watch Full House because I made fun of Evan for watching it. And now it's my penance. Because I honestly, a lot of people liked Full House. People were laughing about it in the chat. All right. Apparently, I can't end a show ever on time, so I'm not going to worry about it. If you guys, I want to go around and give you guys one last word to say what you want to say. And Vegan, you want to start it out? You've been the quietest. You still here?
As usual.
You caught me with peanuts in my mouth.
We'll come back if you want. I can let. All right, go ahead. Take over.
No, I can end it. Well, thank you again. Another great show, another great panel.
This
I
was
get
fun.
some. I don't want people to think I don't get anything out of their opinions. I get a lot out of it, you know, and you know, just know that I grow every time I hear your opinions. So I don't look at it as I'm not gaining anything. I feel like I'm gaining something. My objective is to share what I feel is true, while at the same time absorbing, you know, the information that you guys provide as well. So that's pretty much how I feel, you know. So thank you, and another great show.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you coming on again, as always. Sam, you next.
Well, I want a special thanks to Brian for coming on the show. Brian, you are strike me as a person who's on a genuine path in life to just discover what's real and grow to share the path that you've been growing through, and I appreciate that. And
Thank
good
you very
insights.
much. Thank you.
Go ahead, Evan and Evan.
Go ahead. Final
Evan
thoughts.
squared.
All right. I just want to say that I have to say this is the best chat thus far, I think. And thank you to Vegan. We had a nice chat with him and Ouroboros. A nice little debate, if you will. And then Sam, you chimed in. Thank you for all your thoughts and ideas. Taryn, thank you as always for putting this whole thing together. And Brian, thank you for coming on. You seem like a very swell and nice guy.
Aw, that's nice.
Thank you.
And Ouroboros, I guess he dropped off to go to bed. We love you.
Yeah.
I don't know where you went, but I'm speaking for you. So he had a great time too. Evan Senior, you want to have a chance to talk to Brian if you like, or whatever?
Another great show. I'm glad to be able to partially, I guess, be responsible for this happening, or being responsible for
You are. I had to get
having
Michelle.
Brian on the show. I thought he'd be an excellent guest, and I really enjoyed the evening. Don't forget, everyone, that daylight saving time is coming up soon.
That's right.
Did
Not
that
saving.
change? No way. That
Not
changed
saving.
too. It's saving.
Yes, I remember it as daylight savings time
Saving
with an
sounds
S.
always plural.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's daylight saving time. Don't get
What?
it. Don't get that wrong. It's always
can't
been
believe-
daylight saving time.
I don't understand.
Everybody says savings, though. That's the thing. I always, as a language purist, I always knew it as daylight saving. But anyway.
Okay. I have one final question for Brian. Do you know Disney at all?
Disney World or
Movies?
Disneyland?
Disney movies?
You mean the mirror, mirror on the wall and all that?
Well, no, it's actually where the witch is standing and the monkeys. She sends them off out the window to go
In the
get
Wizard of Oz?
The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that's not Disney though. That's
Famous.
MGM.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, not Disney. MGM.
Yeah.
Do you remember the famous iconic line there where she sends the monkeys off, the flying monkeys?
Not really. It's been years.
She says, fly, fly, fly. But I remember fly, my pretties, fly as an iconic line. But
Well, I remember. I'll get you, my pretties, and you want a dog too. I remember
yeah, that still exists.
Yeah.
But the fly, my pretties
Years.
never happened. But me and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of other people remember that.
I remember it too that way.
Oh yeah, she always said pretties, and you did a good impression. I like your impressions, Brian.
Yeah,
Really get into it.
I do a lot of. There's so many things about me you have no idea. I'm insane.
Well, you just I'm gonna watch, and you need to make a reaction video to you watching the Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah,
Watching it
Al and Nick, who do my editing and all that. I'm gonna say, guys, we got to put Laurel and Hardy on. I'm a Laurel and Hardy fan. I belong to the one Laurel.
who
started
belongs
by
to that?
Stan Laurel.
Is that a real club? Really? Is that a real club?
No, it's the International Sons of the Desert. Yep. And
That's
the local
funny.
tent to which I belong is the original tent formed in the United States in 1966, and it's called the Flying Deuces.
So you're going to be able to blow some minds, I guess, because I would imagine other people in your group remember that famous line.
Listen, if they all look at me and say, no, it was always another nice mess, then I'm checking out at that point. I'm done. I give up. I mean, because that
could happen too. They could say, "What's wrong with you, Brian? It's always been another nice mess you've gotten me into."
Is another fine mess you've gotten me into, Stanley. I mean, that would be, to me, the ultimate Mandela effect. I can't even believe that, but we'll see. I got to check that out. That's nuts. That is nuts. This is getting out of hand now.
I said that a lot last year.
Hey, Ouroboros is back.
Oh, he did come back to say his parting words.
Okay, good night, everyone.
We gave you a big shout out. I had to say goodnight for you. But Brian, thank you for joining us. I hope a lot of people here in the chat want you to come back. Also, Brian is moving over to YouTube. If you didn't hear, he was streaming with you now, and he's coming to play with us over at YouTube. And he's got a channel he's kind of booting over here. Mostly it was like a mirror channel where he streamed to one place and it just went over there. But now he's talking about doing his own thing over here, and I encourage you guys to go fill his subscription box. Nice. Go over there if you like him. Go join his channel. Show him some community love, and welcome into the water. It's warmer over here. The water's better.
I wanted to thank everybody here tonight. I mean, Sam, and of course Evan and Evan Jr. and Ouroboros and Vegan. And, of course, you, Dr. Lupo. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing month. And, I'm here, Evan, because of you. You started it all. Your video made me look into it more deeply. I got affected. I can't imagine my life not having been affected at this point. I'm very glad it was, because I got to meet all of you and so many other wonderful people. And I think together we're going to build a beautiful reality as we build a better world for us all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, nice words. Guys, I need you to drop the Discord chat room. It is also, if you just scroll down, if you're watching this live feed, you'll see the 2 Discord links in the description. Just scroll down and you'll see it. We're going to move this over so it's kind of like a bar. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here kind of thing. The chat will just end. But I do have some serious shout outs to some folks before we go. And let's see here. I'm going to do a screen share, see if you guys can see this. And it's going to all of a sudden go into a time warp here. But take a look. Hopefully this is working. Thank you so much. Or is that too weird? Hold on.
Yeah.
Stop. Did that go crazy? Was it Inception?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time to this late. Okay. But I had to say thanks to everybody that donated. It was so, I talked about it one time in a story, one show, and for the last couple shows, people are just doing it. And it really is really appreciated. I don't know how to be more grateful than just thanking you personally. And I don't want to sound like a PBS begathon where I'm like, these lights are going to go off. Remember the video. But here's the people. I really appreciate it. Jeremy, thank you so much. That's your continuing contribution keeps our lights on. Thank you so much. And Earth Daughter, really nice of you. Jeremy gave twice tonight. I don't know why, but I dig it. Thank you so much. Liz, great, very grateful. Peggy, always really nice to have you come by. And Rob, yeah, man, Rob, me hang out in the chat rooms. Michelle, always, you guys have made multiple donations. I really appreciate you and Liz. Liz came through big time. And Karen, same thing. And Mountain Man, MT Man, thank you so much for the donation. And DMT. And these are so huge. You guys don't even ask anything or say anything. You just Magi and DW Washburn. I'm extremely grateful, and I don't want you to ever think I'm not. So I don't even know what to say to all that. That's just good mojo all around. Ouroboros, I saw you dropped in the last second. Are you capable of making a short comment?
Yeah. I believe I actually hold the record for the most.
Launch into another half hour of show. Go ahead.
Shortest. Okay. Yeah. So Brian, thank you for being a part of this. On top of that, thank you, Sam, for joining. and I enjoy the binary opposition. I believe we evolved through the dialectic attribution that we share through the evolution of discussion. And Moneybags, of course, you are critical in this pivotal movement and moment we had with Brian. So thank you very much, and I am glad to be a part of this.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
guys. Everybody, this was a really nice show. I'm glad we got back on track and everything's happy. So we're good. You should feel good leaving here with more energy than you came in with, and that's our intention, some good vibes. So remember, stay positive, support each other, and you know the rest. Be nice to your cat. We'll see you guys around. Thank you guys to all my guests. You've been wonderful.
Good night,
That's right.
everybody. Love you all. Namaste. Take care.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Take care.